Hello, hello, it is I, Shoggoth Unknown. You're here with more Oblivion on the 13th of March 2022, local time 13:45. And let's just go ahead and continue. Sure, it's all fine, right? Nothing's changed since last time. Nothing weird would have happened since last time, right? Oh my god! No. Dupe glitch still exists. My frame rate absolutely hates this, by the way. Let's do the dupe glitch real quick. Let me get a piece of venison. I don't know if I have any. Oh, we'll check. Get down here where the frame rate's not so bad. Pop that lock. And just open some doors. Oh hell, we'll go right here. That's all we do. We open the menu. Wait for the venison to... It's like an accordion. I love it. I can't believe that's still in the game. Also worth noting that there's a lot of alchemy stuff. Was that venison really here? Yeah, that's not one of mine. It wouldn't have popped up there so perfectly. There's a lot of alchemy stuff here, so we should probably come get that. Let's go to my real save game now. I'm gonna make a save though, because it's funny. We're gonna load my real saved game, and we're gonna go loot that alchemy stuff real quick before it's too... or before everyone wakes up. Oops. I hit C to sneak, because I've just been playing Elder Scrolls 2, Daggerfall. We're gonna drop my armor and stuff. And I'm gonna be lazy. That was bad. I did it last night and I got through in much fewer attempts than that. Oh, also you may notice my sneak eyeball cursor is in the middle of the screen and I didn't change anything. In other words, I got that fixed. We are gonna make out with a lot of money here. We had encumbrance wise. I don't know what I was gonna say. Oh, he started moving, I freaked out for a second. Said, oh hell no. It's worth it. Your sneak is leveled up. I knew it. Handbill. I was hoping it was a scroll So scrolls are how the dupe glitch works. I don't really understand how the glitch works. Like what the mechanics are behind it. If I start walking around, are they gonna get up? Like, you're not supposed to be down here. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, let's go look for our buddy. Because we got a lot of stuff to sell him now. Man, it's really quiet. The game's still doing stuff, though. Is he legit still in the bar? Dude, it's like 5 o'clock in the morning, isn't it? It's almost 6 o'clock. This guy's busted. Maybe that's what he does, though, to make himself available for thieves.
I'm really tired. Can we get on with this? Yeah, my favorite customer. What do you got?
Haggle. Let's give him some more disposition first. Let's bribe him.
Please, go on. For me, thanks. For me, thanks.
We're gonna make way more than that, like 50-ish that I just spent. So then does it make it easier to, like, get up to 54% maybe?
A fine transaction.
55?
I can't make that deal.
They dropped one disposition though.
You've made a... I think I can move this.
Mercantile leveled up, I think.
You've made a good bit of gold. That seems a fair price. I think I can move this item for you at that price. Got anything else? That's a fair deal.
Okay, we got a lot of stuff here.
I think I can move. I think you've made a good bit of gold.
See, I kind of want to keep those just so I can use them.
I think I can move. I think I can move this item for you at that price.
They're worth a lot,
Got
though.
anything else?
Why did I keep strawberry? Restore fatigue. Okay.
I think I can move this.
I thought I picked up a bone, but I wasn't sure.
I think I can move this item for you at that price.
So the scrolls aren't super worth it. We could do cheese with them.
I think I can move this. I think I can move this item for you at that price. Got anything else?
Not really. We could make 100 more off of these. So what do you have? I've sold you so much crap. If I wanted to get together a full alchemy set, we could buy some of these back. I don't really think I want to do that right now. And he has enough scrolls at the moment. He might reset his inventory, but he has enough scrolls at the moment to oh, this is the same price that Armand Christophe would sell him at. Nice.
An excellent deal.
Yeah, he has enough scrolls at the moment of the same type. So as long as you have more than one scroll, you can dupe things of the same type, that is.
I'm glad that's done. Shadow hide you.
Has it really not been 3 minutes? The autosave mod is supposed to save like every 3 minutes. But it doesn't do it if you're in dialogue or anything, for obvious reasons. What are you doing up here? And there we have it. I guess I could steal all these. They're only worth that much. Everything does add up, to be fair, but it's fine. How long is on Oblivion? Not very long, we'll read that. On Oblivion by Morian Zenos. It is improper, however, customary to refer to the denizens of the dimension of Oblivion as demons. This practice probably dates to the Elesian doctrines of the First Era prophet Maruk, which rather amusingly forbade traffic with daemons, and then neglected to explain what daemons were. It is most probable that daemon is a misspelling or etymological rendition of Daedra, the old Elven word for those strange, powerful creatures of uncertain motivation who hail from the dimension of Oblivion. Daedra is actually the plural form. The singular is Daedroth. In a later tract by King Hale, the Pious of Skyrim, almost 1,000 years after the publication of the original doctrines, the evil machinations of his political enemies are compared to the... Wait, what? Whoops. Oops. The wickedness of the demons of Oblivion. Let's just go back, actually. Can I press... Didn't mean to do that. Okay, I don't know how I can do it with the keyboard. Alright, Yell's book is on the ground now, I tried. In the Pious of Skyrim, almost 1,000 years after the publication of the original doctrines, the evil machinations of his political enemies are compared to the wickedness of the demons of Oblivion. Their depravity equals that of Sanguine itself. They are as cruel as Boethia, calculating as Molag Bal, and mad as Sheogorath. Hale the Pious thus long-windedly introduced 4 of the Daedra Lords to written record. But the written record is not, after all, the best way to research Oblivion and the Daedra who inhabit it. Those who traffic with diamonds seldom wish it to be a matter of public account. Nevertheless, scattered throughout the literature of the First Era are diaries, journals, notices for witch burnings, and guides for Daedra slayers. These I have used as my primary source material. They are at least as trustworthy as the Daedra Lords I've actually summoned and spoken with at length. Apparently, Oblivion is a place composed of many lands, thus the many names for which Oblivion is synonymous: Cold Harbor, Quagmire, Moonshadow, etc. It may be correctly supposed that each land of Oblivion is ruled over by one prince. The Daedra princes whose names appear over and over in ancient records, though this is not an infallible test of their authenticity or explicit existence to be sure, are the aforementioned Sanguine, Boethia, Molag Bal, and Sheogorath, and in addition Azura, Mephala, Clavicus Vile, Vernima, Malakath, Hermes, or Hermaeus, or Hermias, or Herma, there seems to be no one accepted spelling, Mora, Namira, Jigalag, Nocturnal, Marin's Dagon, and Periite. From my experience, Daedra are a very mixed lot. It is almost impossible to categorize them as a whole, except for their immense power and penchant for extremism. Be that as it may, I have here attempted to do so in a few cases, purely for the sake of scholastic expediency. Scholastic. Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, Periite, Boethia, and Vernima are among the most consistently demonic of the Daedra, in the sense that their spheres seem to be destructive in nature. The other Daedra can, of course, be equally dangerous, but seldom purely for the sake of destruction, as these 5 can. Nor are these previous 5 identical in their destructiveness. Mehrunes Dagon seems to prefer natural disasters, earthquakes and volcanoes for venting his anger. Molag Bal elects the employment of other Daedra, and Boethia inspires the arms of mortal warriors. Periite's sphere seems to be pestilence, and Vernima's torture. In preparation for the next installment in this series, I will be investigating 2 matters that have intrigued me since I began my career as a Daedra researcher. The first is on one particular Daedroth, perhaps yet another Daedra prince, referred to in multiple articles of Incunabula as Hircine. I don't know that word. I should look that up later if I remember. Hircine has been called the huntsman of the princes and the father of man-beasts, but I have yet to find anyone who can summon him. The other, and perhaps more doubtful, goal I have is to find a practical means for mortal men to pass through to Oblivion. It has always been my philosophy that we need only fear that which we do not understand, and with that thought in mind, I ever pursue my objective. I need to look that word up, incunabula. I don't know how to say that or what it means. Articles of incunabula. Seems like a reasonable book to read, given that it's called On Oblivion, and we're playing a game called Oblivion. That book, I don't know if the text was identical, but that book was also in Elder Scrolls 3. The text should be identical.
What is it now?
What is it now is that we're going to walk across the map a little bit more.
How can I help? Hi there.
Collecting things. Just uncovering more places. Getting more loot. We're going to do some questing today as well. I don't want to put that off too long. I can try as I might. I can go for perfect levels, but it's never going to be as perfect on here as in Elder Scrolls 3. I didn't quite remember how some of the skills worked in here because they changed the governing attributes. And they removed skills in this game as well. So it's a little harder to farm endurance in this game because only 3 things govern it. And they're not the best things to work with. So my current objective is going to be... I guess I could have and probably should have taken that road. I was going to walk over to Chorrol, but we're already going this way. I don't know at this point if it would be faster to turn back. Probably not. We're going to go over to Chorrol and check out what it has to offer. But at some point we should do some questing, maybe even for the Thieves Guild. I think we're pretty close to leveling up, are we not? Skill book it is. 7 of 10. We still need some work on endurance. We need 4 more levels of endurance-related things. I hear someone yelling. Heard him draw his weapon too. But I swear I hear someone else. He didn't even give me a chance. I'm still trying to raise block a bit. So we're gonna try to bait him into blocks. Right. The reason I kept those potions. Might as well take that one too. Dude. Heavy armor increased. That's one more for endurance. Ow. Ooh, he went swinging. Damn it. Kept that piece of venison. It's emergency health. Not much though. No! Oh, we killed each other! Wait, did he? No, he's not dead. Never mind. Right.
Today you die. Let's get this over with.
Surprised that didn't contact. Yeah, let's pop one of these. This man can hit. We'll do it. We'll get it. Yeah, I'm not even trying to let him hit me too much. Like the first time I was like, ooh, we'll start getting some blocks in, and then I was like, ooh, he hits hard. Pop some not popping strawberries should be saved as a last resort. Whoa! What the fuck? Hold on. Not popping strawberries should be saved as a last resort. Yeet! That man was out of there. Whoa.
You'll never take me down.
No, it sure looks like I'm about to take you down this time, bro. All right, man. That was a beefy fight. Oh, we're pretty much maxed out. Oh, because it's the axe. But I picked it up to repair it more than anything. See, I have 6 repair hammers. Wow. And it's worth 35. It's not worth that much. Because it weighs 27. That's almost a 1-to-1 ratio. What's better here is like a, you know, 4-to-1. This is like a, this is a ratio of 4. This is a ratio of what, 3? It's a ratio of 3. So we'll take the 4. We'll take these 2 3s. Wait, did we dupe his axe? Why does he have 2? Why does he have 2 of those as well? Do we somehow dupe it? By putting it back on him? Because we picked it up off the ground and then put the axe on... Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Alright, I think we need to... I can't rest? Enemies are... I don't care if I found nothing of use. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to hit the butt. I'm trying to figure out if I can rest. We're about dead. So if I wait 2 hours, am I healing? Okay, yeah, we're healed up. Save. Ooh, wait a minute. I just picked up his armor after, and yeah, I just fought too, so. Nice. Every time I click it, I'm nervous. Oh, we're gonna lose a hammer. So we got a heavy armor and we got an armorer. We're about to get another armorer. So that puts us up to 8, right? Yeah. Or, yeah, that puts us up to 8 on endurance. And overall, what are we at? 8 of 10 major skills. Okay, so what else am I gonna get the bonus on then? Oh, because agility has sneak. We need 1 point in that. And like, I don't have anything else ready to get good bonuses, unfortunately. I might go with strength as much as luck is important. Encumbrance is a major issue. Alright, so Chorrol's off to the right here. What is my block at? 47. Or 47%, but it's at 22. I'd really like to hit 25 block. I don't really know, and no spoilers please, because it's been so long since I played. I don't really know what the perk is going to be for block. But it'll be fun to figure it out. So what are we looking at? Yeah, we're crossing under Bruma. Which again, it would have been better to go out the other gate had I really checked the map or planned my journey. But it's okay. More opportunities for interesting things to happen. This weather's kind of gross. Is that Monk's? Yeah, Monk's Hood. Or is it Monk Should? Hey, fly, Eagles, fly. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it.
What is it, citizen?
Not much. Could have used your help on that bandit a minute ago. This game is pretty good. How you doing, Fly? This game's holding on by a thread, though. I still gotta work out stability over time. To be fair, though, I feel like it was always kind of holding on by a thread. Enjoying the day, that's what it's all about. I'm mostly enjoying the day. I got kind of mad this morning because I didn't know the time change was happening. And I had set my usual alarm. I woke up like, why am I so tired? So I slept for an extra hour. And then I went into the kitchen and like the stove and the microwave are an hour behind. I was like, oh, that's why. So that was a very disappointing way to wake up this morning. Realizing that I lost an hour. Abolish time changes. Yo, we got all the Monk's Hood over here. I don't remember if it's something I really care to have, but we can make it work. We'll build something with it. We'll make something with it. It's easy levels. Alright, let's check. Yeah, I kind of got steered off the road a little. Or it's this. So you see, you didn't feel like you lost an hour. That's good. I probably wouldn't have known if it wasn't for like the stove and microwave and stuff not changing. I didn't even realize. But I knew I was tired when I woke up. And I was like, I don't know, that should have been like 7 hours at least. And I was like, no, it was more like 6. Alright, we're making good progress now to Chorrol. So my philosophy is typically I like to walk places the first time because that's kind of how you discover things. That's how you find quests. That's how you find, you know, different dungeons and caves and stuff. Even if you're not gonna necessarily visit them right now, that's how you discover all the stuff. I think it's too easy, personally, to rely on, like, fast travel. Because from the beginning of the game, I could just automatically fast travel to any city. And kind of miss out on a lot of this exploration. It's also really good for alchemy ingredients, you know, and of course you see me picking, like, every plant. Gotta get them levels up. Especially with the Atronach birth sign is going to be really beneficial. You know, when I can make some beefy magicka potions. Looks nice. All the LOD kicking in. And you will see I spam save a lot because, like I said, this game's kind of holding on by a thread. It likes to crash. And nobody likes losing progress due to a crash. We've all had that happen before, though, where you've been playing something for like an hour and then you know, you die or you get a crash or something and you gotta redo all that. That happened to me recently on Final Fantasy 15. I was replaying that and the game has really bad autosaves. So like some quests will autosave after you complete them, some won't. So I turned in like 4 different quests and then it didn't autosave. The game crashed and then I lost like almost an hour. It was like 45 minutes, maybe a little more than that. I was very, very much not happy. Yeah, exactly. Nothing worse than that. It's like, oh no, did we just freeze? Are we crashing? And then it's like, oh, I didn't save for the last 45 minutes. Oops. I need to check out what this Viper's bug loss is. This is fun though. I like this right now because I haven't played in so long. I get to rediscover some things. What did Monk's Hood do? Restore strength. Okay. Now, Elder Scrolls 3 has no autosaves. I guess there might be mods for it, but I just got done doing a replay of Elder Scrolls 3, and I'm extremely impressed by how well the OpenMW engine handles that. Like, I didn't have a single issue, not a single crash or anything for like over 100 hours. And I had it pretty decently modded. Not any major gameplay changers or anything, but a lot of quality of life, a lot of textures, you know, some updated textures, some quality of life. I had Tamriel rebuilt and stuff added on, so a lot of extra landmass. And even though I wasn't spending a lot of time there, I'm just impressed I could throw that much at it and it didn't crash a single time. But now if you're playing vanilla, regular Morrowind, or I shouldn't say vanilla, because you could still be modding it, but I mean if you're just playing regular Morrowind without OpenMW, that's pretty prone to crashing. Bethesda games be like. Blade Mist Cave. We're most of the way to Chorrol, aren't we? A little over halfway. What time was it? We should be able to hopefully make it there around dark. Very peaceful out here right now. And before I get attacked. Also, dang, and before I weigh myself down with flowers and stuff. Finding so many. The steel blue Entaloma cap is one of the ones that I need for Restore Magicka. So this is definitely a good place to be right now. I think this is one of the main places to harvest them, is up here in the north. I seem to have a vague memory of that. So what's up with this fog that just blew in out of nowhere? Weather changed quick. It's over like maybe a minute or so. It's just like, I'm gonna get foggy. Man, when them stutters happen, it really gets me a little concerned. Does me heckin' concerned. I don't remember what bergamot seeds are good for, but I know we got a bunch of them yesterday and used them. So it shouldn't be too hard to find some potions to make with those, because we're getting a lot of them. Now these mushrooms are about to be high as fuck. Psilocybin up in here. Dude comes to town tripping on 800 shrooms that he just picked. Save. Get to Chorrol one day. They can't just keep putting this stuff in front of me without me getting it. Yeah, so I was playing Elder Scrolls 2 right before this. Testing out some mods and stuff for it. And like my controls are all weird now. Switching between multiple Elder Scrolls games at the same time is kind of weird. Until if we got these. Yeah, we did. And we got leaves off of that, yeah. So I'm gonna end up pressing C a bunch to try to crouch. I'm gonna press Q. What does Q even do? Nothing, I guess. I want to press Q, try to do magic. I do still remember when this game first came out, though. I got this like the day it came out. It was like my last year of high school. Takes me back. That's kind of crazy when I think about it too. I think here in, was it like 7 days? This game is 16 years old. I think it's the 20th. I didn't even know, but I looked it up the other day out of curiosity. I was like, hey, when did Elder Scrolls 4 release? And I was like, oh, that's in a few days. That wasn't planned. I really wanted to play Elder Scrolls 3, and then that made me want to replay 4 as well. So when I finished 3, I had to start up 4. Athletics increased. I gotta get these. What's the item we get from it? Uh-oh. Jerk. I couldn't even see him. Came sneaking in. St. John's Wort Nectar. It's spelled John, right? I think I saw another... I thought I saw another plant. Yeah. Is it spelled Jahn right here? Oh no, that's a tiger lily. I feel like they had two different spellings. The item in my inventory is John, John. Maybe it was the font, but I have to see. I like inconsistencies. Yeah, it is. It's Jahn there. St. Jan's Wort. Or Yan. But now at the top it says St. John with an O. Oh, I see a flag right there. That's gonna be Chorrol. About to be over encumbered. Even though these things are light, even if they're all 0.1, we're getting so many they'll get that last couple of pounds we have. Yo, this looks really nice, this like pinkish sky. That's from one of the mods, from like the weather, one of the weather, I think it's called All Natural. The Weather All Natural WAN. Because I don't think the original game had that effect. Yo, who is this? Why is there a dead dude out here? He might have been a bandit, but he's got like arrows and stuff. Huh. Yeah, bandit bowman. Oh, right, Q is auto run, duh. I could totally repair that. Armor increased, beautiful. Now, what's encumbrance like? I need to drop like 3. Puts me right on the edge. So steel blue, yeah, that restores magicka. We're gonna need to make some more of those. Still encumbered, damn it. How that venison? What restores? Lettuce is kind of heavy. Oh, let's check my skill diary. Endurance needs one more point of something. That's gonna be... I don't know. If I can go find a rat or something, I'll block for a few minutes. A rat or a mud crab. Well, we won't really find a mud crab up here. There's not enough water. I was waiting for the next flower I picked to stop me in my tracks. Because we're too close. Watch it. Nope. Yoink. Oh, there we go. Man, what do I want to do? There's got to be something kind of crappy I have that weighs a lot. I don't know, do I... Yeah, the venison's heavy. I know venison's good, but there's other options. We'll work our way over to Anvil and get a shit ton of aloe vera. That's the real answer. What are you, Somnolus? Yeah. That guy's off his horse, so he probably just killed something. He either fought a dude or maybe a wolf or something. Am I encumbered? Really? Already? Okay. Those are worth a lot. Wow. There's too many things. I should just leave all this here for now then. It's too much for me to try to pick up. I'm gonna keep having to eat other stuff. Okay, see, here we go. Another bandit. Take that lockpick. Okay, let's see, they have a bow. Is there a bow on the ground somewhere? I would have rolled down here at... No, I don't see it. Okay. They have a bow, they have some fur armor. And we'll hand that stuff back. Ah, damn it. I'm carrying something I wasn't before. I've arrived in Chorrol. Now to find Joffrey at Waynham Priory. Oh yeah, we have a main quest. Get it. We should save. It's been a few minutes. Alright, so where are we? See, I'm pressing M to open the map. Okay, we can follow this road around. It'll lead into town. I can't pass that up. No, it weighed me down though. I can't pass up the Restore Magica once. Think, hello. Who's mad? You? Let me block you a bit. He's doing very little damage. Or two more. That's one off. Can't pick that up, but it's a good ratio. Actually, it's close enough. I'll chomp down on some more of these bergamot ones. That got us all the stuff we needed for endurance. We're 8 of 10 to level 5. I could do 1 level of sneak. And then I don't know what else I would do. What level of sneak would get us max on that? I mean, I can't really do blade because how close am I on blade? I could hunt something down. We're kind of close. But I probably need a couple of wolves and stuff to get me to that next level. Anything out here? Any rats or wolves or anything? Goblin? Found goblins in the wild now. They usually hang out around their living areas. So they have like specific caves or mines or whatever that they live in. There's deer. What does that one do? Clouded funnel cap. Restore and fortify intelligence. That's good. We can't do fortify intelligence the way we can in Elder Scrolls 3, unfortunately. They kind of took away all the cool stuff out of the systems. I do like this game, but I'm still going to be critical of it. For all the stuff that I don't really like about what they did on this game, they kept the leveling system very similar to Elder Scrolls 3. They kept a lot of the racial and gender bonuses and stuff from Elder Scrolls 3. There were some slight modifications, I think, but it was pretty much the same. Not that much changed. In terms of like the bonuses and all that. And again, the leveling system. They remove skills and stuff. See that wolf? I got a Nern root. Over encumbered? Yep. Get over here, buddy. Where'd he go? Oh, I was like, he's rolling? Alright, Blade is getting there. So again, we need 2, so we need 1 in Blade. But is that even going to get me anything worthwhile? No, it's not really. We only have... Yeah, we need more levels than that to be worth it. So I'd be better off just doing a couple levels of sneak. Wasting 1 level. Because that point in Blade is not going to contribute to anything worthwhile on a bonus. Alright, let's get back to Chorrol then. Let's double check our bearings. Which direction? See, not that direction. What was that? It's a deer. Might get that blade level anyway. What is it? Stupid rat. You made me look bad. Ooga booga booga. Hey, if you know, you know. Ooh, that's a babby mushroom. This should put us pretty much right up to the gate. Also, what time is it? It is almost 1 o'clock. Let's put this torch up. Save. I think that's the Fighters Guild. And it's been a long time since I've been in this town. Yeah, that's the Fighters Guild, Mages Guild. Out of curiosity, Steel Blue Antiloma Cap, Bog Beacon Asco Cap. I need to find more of those. Are you Francois Moutier's house?
Tidings, citizen.
These men out here patrolling, looking for some ish. Oak and Crozier? was gonna go French on it. Crozier. Français.
Hail. Welcome to the Oak Enclosure. This one is Talisman, your hostess. Our rooms and food are at your disposal. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
For sale ingredient-wise.
There's one available for the night. If you're interested, it'll be 10 gold. What do you say? The room is upstairs, first door to the left. Sleep well. Good day.
First door to the left, right? Left, right? Wait. Oh, it's in this hallway. First door to the left. Got it. Let's get them sneak levels. Let's see, what are we at? 70%? 73. All right, perfect. Yeah, let's get them sneak levels. Oh, while we're doing that, I'm gonna go get another drink real quick. I got him auto running, auto sneaking. Alrighty. I think I heard one level. Yep. Limoncello. Limoncello water. I think limoncello is like a liqueur I've never had before. It's interesting to turn it into a water. And just about there, right? Yep. 84. At least it's not like last night where that dill hole was like, I bought a bedroom, I bought a room in an inn, and I walked in, and then this dude just follows me in and sits down and starts eating or whatever. What a jerk. Alright, not a great level, but I guess we'll go with agility, endurance. We gotta do endurance. Given the lack of any good options here, probably strength for that extra encumbrance. Slightly more damage as well. I really want to do luck, but unless I can control my levels better... Shit, hang on. Hold on. I want to read the text. I keep forgetting to... I do it on Morrowind, but I don't do it on here for some reason. I don't know why. I want to read the text. What's going on, Tusk? Everything you do is just a bit easier, more instinctive, more satisfying. It is as though you had suddenly stopped, and you had suddenly developed keen senses and instincts. Yeah, unless I can control my levels better, it's going to be hard for me to get some more efficient levels going. Stuck on a mission. Hold on, let me join. I got you. Oh! Auto. Ooh. Okay. That's a mod. Debaser went up in value. Does this shaman set? What else went up? Oh, this went up. Okay. So that's a mod, and that one could be controversial, I guess, but this game likes its leveled quest rewards. And there are some in particular that are like some of the best items in the game, but only if you do the quests at like level 25 or above or whatever. So this Weatherward Circlet just leveled up, and this Debaser just leveled up, because if I had done that quest, both of these were part of the quest where we went in the mausoleum with that guy. So if we had done this quest at level 5, or like we are now, we would have got these versions of the weapons and the circlet. But because we did it at level 1, we got shittier ones. So the mod just automatically leveled them up for me. It's controversial on whether that's, some people probably wouldn't like that. It just made this a better weapon than the one I've been using. And it drains willpower and endurance. But it made it a better weapon by 1 damage. It looks sick. The red glow. I was actually about to ask if this was the boss you were talking about yesterday. See, look, this is how much I like mods. Look, you could just see the rain outside. You can't do that without mods. So good. Boss that took 15 minutes to kill, that's brutal. I'm not a big fan of bosses that take a long time, or just fights that take a long time like that. Because I feel like it's... Generally speaking, I feel like you could make a fight that's challenging and encourages someone to develop strategies without making a fight take like 15 or 20 minutes. Or like an hour, like in some games. Slippery snail. Some people eat snails. How does that make you feel? Oh, I think we died. Yep, we died. Let's go back to the save when I leveled up. Let's level up again. There's that dude, we might have talked about this before, Tusk. There's that dude, there's a video on YouTube of somebody like in the forest. Wait for it. Auto update is complete for 2 items. He's like in the forest and he finds a banana slug and he just like chomps into it and it's all nasty. He regrets it. It's not raining. I don't know if it's gonna rain this time or not. Or if it's just too... This hasn't started yet. Yeah, that man like chomps into a banana slug and it like glues his mouth shut, kind of. Like, not entirely, but this like gooey, nasty stuff starts like dripping. I know a slug and a snail are not exactly the same thing, but it just comes to mind. He got a drip. Speaking of the leveled quest rewards, there's actually one here. I don't know if it's via the Mages Guild or if it's a separate quest, but it's a spell. And I think it's one of the best spells in the game, but if you get it right now, it's gonna kind of be shitty in in-game. It doesn't scale, right? Because the way they do the leveled quest rewards.
Hi. Hello. I'm Rashida, the smith. And this is fire and steel. Quality armor and weapons. Repairs, too. What can I do for you?
What's your disposition
Go
like?
ahead.
39?
Excellent. I accept. Handsomely done. A pleasure doing business with you.
What are you training? Armor. Ooh. It's a little expensive, but
Knowledge is power. I'm willing to teach if you're willing to learn. Good that you want to get better.
long days and nights at the forge make you strong and tough. You're now an apprentice armorer. Your repair hammers now last twice as long. You cannot repair magical items yet. Oh, that's actually a big problem with our debaser if we're using it.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Yeah, well, not entirely. You can interest me in buying some of my wares. She's an expert at mercantile. We're gonna go for 44. That worked. 46.
You've got to be kidding.
No. All right. We found her threshold.
That seems a fair price.
She have Rashida's special. Look at that, 6,446. It fortifies armor and strength, but only by 5 points. Like, that's shitty. I mean, I guess that's 25 encumbrance, but still, that's kind of shitty.
I let that go too cheaply. Thank you.
Okay. Let us get out these repair hammers. The armor is, yeah, 25. Block would be good to get leveled up a bit. Acrobatics is speed? Okay. I don't have anything I could really do. I mean, I could go spam hand to hand on some wolves and rats and stuff. Maybe I should.
Goodbye.
I think we have too many arrows.
Yes? Let's do business.
Because those actually weigh me down quite a bit. How many do I want to sell? 111.
Thank you. You too.
We got swords. I wonder if I could find Rashida's special and steal it. That'd be nice. I'm afraid to look in that chest. It might make her mad. I don't remember if they get mad on this game. Okay, no, it's like Elder Scrolls 3. They don't get mad just by you looking at it. If I go get 10 levels in hand-to-hand, that'll be a 5 strength bonus.
I'm only asking for a single good.
So what we could do is get a 5 strength bonus, a 5 endurance, which I still need more levels on that. 5 strength, 5 endurance, and then maybe speed with acrobatics. Spam acrobatics. No! The gate crashed us. I wonder what it is about that. Like, obviously I know I'm running open cities, but I wonder what it is that makes it crash. Hold on. Capture the game. There we go. Wonder what it is that makes it crash specifically when I touch the gate. Like, we're already in an outdoor area. It seems like it would have to load more, like terrain. It would have to load extra terrain and stuff that's being obscured by the gate. Maybe it just freaks out because there's too many things happening at once. Maybe it's because I think this game has bad memory management, and it probably has. I know there's like mods that involve purging memory and everything. I think there's a mod that changes heap allocation, or like even adds a new heap rather than the one that comes with the game. So it could all be related to that, but see, it wouldn't have even had to load much. So I'm a little confused. We've killed 59 creatures and 7 people. 24 trespasses. 658 items stolen. It's terrible. We have infamy, but we don't have any fame. That's actually an interesting thing to consider. Jokes told. Yeah, let's take a look at our skill book thing. We have 4 increases. We need 6 more. How is heavy armor looking? It's too close to leveling up. That makes me uncomfortable. Let's see if I can go find something to punch a little bit. Black Horse Courier. I might even take my armor off. Do we have an unarmored? No, they got rid of unarmored, didn't they? So I won't level up any armor if I'm unarmored. Just get naked. Nekkid. Naked. Ooh, that ring is not sitting well on my finger. That can't be comfortable. Some stuff to punch out. You know what's weird is I used to think about how, like, in games like this you could walk around like I'm doing and not see any creatures, and I would always be like, where are all the deer and the animals that live out here? But then if you go hiking in like real wilderness, you don't just see deer and stuff around every single corner. I always thought it didn't feel realistic, but it actually kind of is. There's deer. I won't be able to catch him. I need something hostile. I could also block. Can't forget about that. I'm shocked by how little I found. He's got some deer freaking out though. I suspect there may be something in here. There's a wolf. Go after that wolf. Where's my block at? 23. But my block is shit without armor. And oh, it's not bad. He didn't hurt me much. We're low 23 on block, right? Yeah. Hand-to-hand increase. Okay. Get boxed. Hand-to-hand increased. Told you this is how we're gonna get that strength level up. What we got up in here? Fort Carmala. I think I know this name. I do not think I want to go inside. I mean, I wouldn't want to anyway, but I think I know what's in here. I don't want to spoil it in case we get a quest for later. It'd be nice if I could get my, like, some healing potions and stuff set up. A good supply of them. What happened here? Wayne and Priory is south, right? Yeah, this is not Wayne and Priory. I was like, the place looks destroyed. But, like, one building looks destroyed, the other one doesn't. Like this place burned down or something. Packed dirt. Oh, they got an inn here. Moslin's Inn. I thought it said moist.
We don't like strangers meddling in our affairs. Go on. Leave me alone.
Okay, bro. I didn't even want to talk to you anyway. Nerd. We get another wolf. That was a great sparring partner. It'd be better than like a rat or something. We get a cave right here. What is that icon on the map? It's like a genie lamp. Let's find out what it is, because I don't remember. I think we got some alien ruins nearby. Yep. It's a shrine. That's not Hircine, is it? Small like ball, yeah. Like Hircine doesn't look like that. Hircine, I think that's how they say. He said it out loud in Blood Moon. I think it's Hircine. So, Ayleid Ruins are essentially this game's version of Dwemer Ruins. It's like the old extinct civilization that left a bunch of ruins. Narfencel, except their names are way easier to read than the Dwemer Ruins. Nzuluft Arknukthend. It's like, bitch, would you like to buy a vowel? Let's check out inside. I'll box something. There might be people in here. No. Why? The game ran for over an hour without crashing, and now we got 2 back to back like that. We walked all the way from Bruma to Chorrol without a crash. You know what's funny is that's a long loading time for me, but it's still probably equal or faster than the console. Save inside. Really dark. Thought I heard a rat. Oh no, a rat! Shout out to my 3D Movie Maker peeps. There's an imp. Thick cheeks. Ooh, just uppercutted it in the wiener. Except it doesn't have one. Come on, let me get this kill. No! I was hoping Spell Absorb would carry me. Yeah, we need a rest. I can actually wait 1 hour here. That should make the fight better. He got thick cheeks, but he ain't got no balls. No balls to stretch. Wait for it.
Ball stretcher.
Had to. Ayleid Cask, very easy. What if I'm still too lazy to do it? Base Ring of Security. Fortify Security 6 points. Can I just not take that off? Damn. You can wear 2 rings still on this game, can't you? Yes, you can. Keep that on for a minute. We can make some money down here. We actually got word of something where Umbacano or whatever, he was looking for Ayleid stuff, right? Yo, that's really good. 0.3, but it's worth 20? Damn. Okay, those are Velkin stones. I think that's what they're called. See that imp in there. See if we can wait 1 hour to heal up. I'm gonna go box this man. Hopefully there's only that one. Oh, there's two. They want to give me some magicka, that'd be cool though. Ooh, punch him in the cheeks. Why walk when you can run has always been your motto. Now the miles of running and hours of swimming have paid off. You're an apprentice of athletics. Your rate of fatigue regeneration when running is increased by 25%. Come on. Someone else is mad too, though. Third? Yep, I see it. They give up, or is the song changing? Let's leave him alone for a minute. He doesn't seem super interested in pursuing me. What is hand-to-hand up to? 13. We almost have enough levels to get a strength bonus like I was looking for. I don't know when I saved, but let's do it again anyway. They're restoring my magicka a bit. Very kind of them. Stunned him. Stunned him a little bit. Hand-to-hand's up to 14. Oops. Alright, so you have Welkin stone. I said Velkin. See that they're worth 50 each? But they only weigh 1. Hard to complain about that. Necklace of personality, hell yeah. Constant fortified personality. I mean, people are gonna like me. Just a tiny bit more. Elemental bolt tome and a war axe of burning. Gotta find a way to keep that. I'm not using axes, so that's a good thing to sell off and make some money. First of all, did we ever learn this? We did. Damage health 5 points on touch. Elemental bolt, fire, frost, and shock damage 9 points. Cool. So we've learned that. So Welkin stones are interesting because on the one hand, that's like 400 gold value there, but you can also use them to recharge enchanted items. That's part of why they're so plentiful. What would I want to do here? I'd totally eat that venison. Just go ahead and do it. There'll be other options. Okay, what else? Just eat a couple of things here. Because we're just barely hanging in. Like, we're pretty much still at max encumbrance. Oh, don't touch that. Okay, got it. Nope. You know, I don't care. I don't care. Summon Scamp, I'll take that. Mercantile black outfit. Damn. What's up with all this stuff in here? I have the ways like Imp Gall I don't want to get rid of. Not Nern Root. Onion and potato, tomato. Those are the heavier ones. Should probably just head back to town though. Okay. Thought it was going to be a trap. What is this? Okay, yeah, I was like, I feel like I've been here, but I don't know. Because we've been there. There's two places we haven't gone. Yeah, so this is back to those two places. Got a lot of stones in there. Oh man, just kick me. Get bop, dude. Hand to hand is ridiculous. Alright, we've got 9 levels in it. Just like that. Uh-oh, what's it gonna be? 14 gold. I'm not gonna get the leather greaves. Too heavy. Literally running around naked to prevent having to what am I trying to say? Yeah, to prevent leveling up armor and stuff by accident. Oh, that's 3 of them, damn. Alright. We'll come back for you guys. That doesn't line up well with my leveling right now. I feel like we've got a good haul. We can maybe head back. Hopefully find one more thing to punch out, because we're like pretty close. If we get a wolf, we'll probably level up. I know the game just did the autosave. The script just autosaved, but I'm gonna do it myself. Alright, how do I get back to Chorrol? It is northeast, right? No, it's northwest. I think we want to avoid Wayne and Priory. Just, I think walking there will trigger some events, like walking in there or getting too close. So we want to take a bit of a roundabout way, just to avoid starting things too quickly. No, we're not going to be like super forced into anything, but it'll kick off a little more than I'm ready to do. So let's cut back around like I did earlier. Hoping I can find a wolf or something on the way. I think we might one-shot a rat, or we might kill a rat too quickly, but a wolf would probably be fine. Uh-oh. You know I'm gonna take that. Lets me restore magicka. Alright, we're back at these places. Come on, I'm ready to box. If I could get a deer, that would be good. Am I gonna work out? You know what? Alright, so what are we doing? We're doing endurance, strength, and speed, right? So then I need to be working on acrobatics. Let's try to get that up to 40. That destroys my fatigue, though. Another alien ruin, huh? Okay. I'm not gonna go in there, like, inside of it, but we'll get it marked on the map, and maybe there's something outside that wants to box. Hopefully just an imp. Hopefully nothing too crazy. What was it called? Wendir, or Vendir. There we go. What's up, Wolfie boy? Pop one of these because I've been jumping too much. Let's take a look at block. So let's take a look at the skill diary. So yeah, strength is good. It's going to be 9. Yep. Endurance is only 4, so if we could get a block out of this, that would be nice. Oops, I'm in the wrong thing. Might be a little tough to squeeze out of this, though. He might hurt me too much. Where's my restoration? Restoration's too high. Block's close. I'm gonna risk it. Ooh. Got that block stagger. I don't think we even leveled up like I was wanting. No. How much health did I have? 2! I don't have much of a choice right now but to pop a couple of those. $86, 88. Yeah, okay, restoration's going up by 2 every time. Alright, I gotta eat a couple things real quick. Hang on. You know, I didn't need to do that. I could have just rested. Whatever. Also, I do not believe we got the hand-to-hand level, did we? No, we're right on the verge of it. And before encumber. Whoa. Oh yeah, it's windy outside. I walked out there. I didn't think it was that windy when I went to get groceries this morning, but I had food delivered after I got home. And I walked out there, it was windy. Like balls windy. Windy's nuts. Pillaged mine. Alright, give me this block level, bro. I'm gonna get hand to hand off of you. And we got it. Alright. I need to get into town. I'm gonna save. It's so choppy out here, I always think it's crashing. Where are we? Okay, we're at... That's the south gate. It's not bad. Because we walked out of that a minute ago. We're gonna be jumping for a minute, aren't we? There's the downside to acrobatics. And I bet this shop is closed. Too late. Let's see. Yeah, we need to get it up to 40. This is gonna be my level up this time. So the other thing is again endurance. We need more levels in like armorer and or block. I'm gonna get that +5 endurance while we can. So far we've got it every level.
Anytime now.
It'd be good to keep doing that because min-maxing your health is like the most important thing on here. Strength matters a bit if you're using heavy equipment though, because as I level up, if my gear is still lower level, or excuse me, as I level up, better gear will start spawning. So like, just enemies will start having better equipment. And if I'm not able to carry that, like just imagine if I did all my leveling up in town and I just had like iron gear. Right, and then I went out and found Daedric stuff or something. If I had low strength, I wouldn't really be able to carry that Daedric stuff. We're gonna jump around town a bit. Level up acrobatics. Oh my god. Really? Just while I'm running around town? Okay, if you say so, game. Where was the last save? 1540, it's been like a few moments. Not the worst. Maybe I can go to the Imperial City, where it's like an internal area. Might be a... I used to do it on the waterfront district, though. That was always a good place. And the problem is, it's not the open cities that I think is killing anything. Like, it may... There may be something related to open cities going on here, maybe, but the crashes are happening just at random. I'm not usually at, like, a city... Or there's been a lot of times where I haven't been in the cities. There's been a lot of times where I have been in the cities. So I haven't drilled it down to anything in particular yet. What does that put us to? 32 again? Or... yeah. Am I gonna get hurt? No. One thing I thought was cool, as much as I didn't like all the changes that Oblivion Reloaded added, Oblivion Reloaded did have like a gravity setting. I don't know why they put their own... Maybe it's because the physics in the game can get weird, but they had their own gravity thing. And I was messing with it and I just kept turning it lower and lower and lower and lower. And then it went negative, so I just started floating off the ground.
Apparently someone stole something very personal to her.
So I've heard.
How are you? Safe travels.
Be seeing you.
Someone stole something personal to somebody, but I didn't hear who. And I didn't get a new topic added. King Helseth has made an alliance with House Dress. Together they'll pick apart the carcass of House Indoril. That's all Morrowind stuff. Because we met King Helseth. We worked for him. He also tried to kill us. There's flavor dialogue, by the way. I think I mentioned this before, but there's flavor dialogue that says that the Nerevarine eradicated cliff racers from Morrowind. Because one thing we have to actually recognize right now is this game is taking place right after Morrowind, basically. There's not a big time jump. In fact, kind of like all the first 4 Elder Scrolls games take place in pretty close proximity, because Uriel Septim was involved with like every game. He's just a normal dude. He's like 80 years old or whatever by the time he dies in this game at the opening. So we have 33 acrobatics. So yeah, it's kind of cool to think about how a lot of these things are running, not necessarily in parallel, but these were kind of proper sequels to each other and that they had a lot of relation to each other. Elder Scrolls V takes a big jump ahead. I don't remember how much. I think it's a pretty big jump. But Elder Scrolls 5 takes that jump ahead. Not necessarily that it's a bad thing. But I remember the way they said it, like, if you read the lore and the books and everything we've been doing in the previous games has been leading to the return of dragons. Which I guess is true. Yo, actually, let's talk about that. Elder Scrolls lore is batshit insane if you really get into it. And here's part of the problem, though, is that there's lore and there's like extended lore. So Michael Kirkbride worked on a lot of the lore initially, but then he did a lot of stuff on his own outside of working for Bethesda. So he wrote like extended lore, and that shit is it gets batshit insane. So there's some stuff about the 5th era, like we're just basically going into the 4th era right now. We see 3rd era, year 433. The death of Uriel Septim here is basically what's moving us into the 4th era. Elder Scrolls V takes place in the 4th era. He wrote this thing, it's not called Coda, is it? Maybe it is. But he wrote this thing that takes place in the 5th era, and then he had a one-off little deal he wrote, I forget what it's called. It starts with a K. Ooh, we crashed again. I'm glad I just saved. It starts with a K, but he wrote this like one-off deal, and it's set in the 9th era. So basically, I guess the idea is that like things went really bad around like in the 5th era or something, and like everything kind of got screwed up, time got broken or whatever, and like I guess Nirn itself got destroyed, and people had to leave Nirn and go to like other planets or kind of just go, you know, drift around space or whatever. And there's like these robots and computers and everything, and that one that I'm talking about, I forget the name, it starts with a K, but it's it talks about like this robotic miner. It's like this thing that was built to be a mining ship, and it would go into places that people couldn't go, like heavily pressurized places and everything, which makes sense. That's what, see, you know, I don't have any problem with that. It all makes sense. But I guess for whatever reason it ended up being sent back in time to the 1st era, like way before any of the games really take place. It got all the way back to the 1st era, and it was in this tomb. I forget what it's called, but it's a tomb. It's like the first civilization in Skyrim, and you actually visit that tomb in the game Skyrim. But that, you know, mining android robot thing had been like buried there and just stayed alive until it was able to break out. So I think it's a really cool concept, and it even talks about like from its perspective, like I was designed to be able to withstand these pressures and everything, so being like buried under a mountain or whatever means nothing to me. I'm just gonna wait here and bide my time until I can break out and get my revenge for like being trapped here and locked up. So it's this really weird thing of like, you're from the super, super far future, but you're back at the beginning of, you know, the 1st era. Really weird stuff. Like Elder Scrolls lore is batshit insane when you start getting into it. Now, what people will say is like, yeah, but none of that is canon. That was all like Michael Kirkbride writing just random stuff after the fact, but I don't know. Canon debates are kind of weird to me. I mean, to be fair, in that case, those writings were not written in any official capacity of, you know, they're not in a game, right? They were his writings after the fact, and he would put them out online. But because he had ties to the original game and lore, it does lend a little bit more credence. But yeah, it's true, they were never written in any official capacity. That's about the only time I can kind of accept or understand the "it's not canon" thing. Alright, I'm not trusting the game right now. No. Acrobatics. We're about to be 5 levels in. We're gonna do this all through the night. Once morning comes around, I want to go buy more levels of armor, even though it's expensive. Damn it. Yeah, I want to go get more armor levels once morning rolls around.
How are you?
What are you doing out at this hour? What time is it? It's like 2 o'clock. Normal citizens don't go out there at like 2 o'clock out of the gates all alone. That's another thing we could talk about. Radiant AI was introduced in this game, and it was a big selling feature of the game. In Elder Scrolls 2, we can go back to that, and we could talk about how it worked. Shops... I don't know, like in my experience, I've been to shops that just don't seem to ever close on that game, but some shops do. Some places like the guilds, like the Mages Guild and stuff, they'll close. They have hours that they're open in Elder Scrolls 2. And that was a concept that was actually removed in Elder Scrolls 3. Right? So in Elder Scrolls 3, there is no, like, you know, shops are just always open all the time. NPCs don't sleep or anything. Now, I'm not saying they really sleep in Elder Scrolls 2 per se, but the streets do clear out of people at night. Like, the streets empty out at night and all that. So it makes it feel a little more like people are having schedules. And that was kind of removed in Elder Scrolls 3. So Elder Scrolls 3, all the NPCs were very static wherever they were placed. Like if they were placed outside of like just in the open world, that's where they would be, and they would stay in that like one location. If they were placed in a building, they would just always be in that building, with the exception of NPCs that were either scripted for a quest or ones that would follow you. Because if they would follow you, then they could go between, you know, different cells. They could load through doors and stuff when they were following you. But for the most part, everything was really static on Elder Scrolls 3. So one of the big selling points for this game was the Radiant AI. They spent a bunch of time developing this new AI, and that's what actually is controlling NPCs having to eat, sleep. That's what's making their schedules run. So, and it's also interesting because, you know, it's not perfect and it's not supposed to be. And that's one of the things that actually does make it really interesting. Is this gonna kill me? Yep. That's close enough. We'll use mine. So that's one of the things that is really interesting, though, is the way the Radiant AI handles things on this game, and the way that it's not always perfect in a way to kind of simulate more realistic behavior. One of the things, actually getting real deep in AI, from a computer science perspective, AI was the first major field that I wanted to focus on before I learned about cybersecurity, and then I did both. But from the perspective of developing AI, particularly AI that you would play against in a game or something like a competitive AI, one of the things you want to do to make it feel more realistic is actually add extra probabilities into it to basically say, okay, you could obviously make an AI that always makes the right decision, that makes ooh, hold on, why is the world, am I gonna fall? Why? Why is there a gap in the world? Also, what? I can't... Oh no. I can't move. What happens if I fall? Do I Is this a water plane or is that grass ground? Oh, that was an instant death. Alright, anyway, if you're making like a game-playing AI, like a competitive AI, you can make it where it always makes the optimal move, right? So you have different algorithms like a minimax or expect a minimax. You know, you could do these different algorithms, these search tree algorithms that determine what is the best decision you could make. And that'll generate like a probability of, oh, this one is a 0.9%, you know, a 0.9, so 90% chance of being the best, you know, the correct move. So it's the highest weighted it's the highest probability, so we're gonna pick that. But to make it a little more interesting, you then put a chance that it'll actually pick something else instead of that one. Yo, why is like half the town missing? I don't understand. How do I not make that be missing? Or how do I make that not be missing? Huh. I'm a little concerned about that, so we're gonna test something. I might need to load back a little bit. Let's warp to Talos Plaza, and then let's warp back and see if it repairs. Because that's really busted. If not, I might need to load back an extra save or something. It looks like maybe it's fine now? Okay. Whatever you say, game. So anyway, as I was talking about AI and stuff, just to kill time while we're leveling up acrobatics here. Let's see where we're at, because that distracted me. 36, good. Okay. So yeah, what you would typically do is you'd have an algorithm would go through and determine what it thinks the best decision is, and you could just make it pick that decision all the time, and it's going to essentially be a perfect AI, right? But then what you do to make it more interesting and seem more human is you then put extra probability weights on it to give it a chance to then pick a suboptimal decision, and that makes it feel a little more human, right? So there are cases in this game where the AI does things like that, where the AI makes these weird decisions that make it just seem more interesting. And sometimes what that'll mean is there's a value like a responsibility value. And the lower a person's responsibility value, the more likely they are to do something like steal. So if they have no food, they'll consider going and stealing food instead of buying it or going and hunting. So then you end up with these interesting situations where you might walk into a tavern and you're just sitting there minding your business. Some random guy over here tries to steal something and gets caught, and then he gets killed by the guards or something. So you have a lot of really interesting scenarios like that that play out, but it's all done dynamically, and it was a really big selling point of the game. And that's also what's kind of driving that Radiant AI itself is driving all their schedules. It's not a full simulation, though. That's what we have to understand. It's not a full simulation, as in they have, you know, hunger and thirst values or something, and they're going to seek that out. It's more like they are given some suggestion of a schedule, and they'll try to follow that as closely as possible. So it'll say, oh, around this time you should eat, around this time you should be sleeping. But sometimes they've gone off and made these really weird decisions that kind of, you know, take them away from their normal actions that they would be doing. And that's why you see people walking around in the middle of the night sometimes, like, what the hell are you doing? Well, I mean, their AI made a weird decision. And I think it just makes it feel really organic. I think they did a pretty good job implementing it. It's not perfect, though. So one of the problems is And this is a criticism. Damn, that takes half of my health. This is a criticism, but it's not the worst thing in the world. But one of the things they did in this game was they added essential NPCs. And the reason they did that, well, what does that mean? Essential NPC means they can't be killed. So if you attack and kill, if you deplete the health of an essential NPC, they don't die. Instead, it says they've fallen unconscious. And then they'll just get back up after a little bit. So the reason they did that is because they flagged these certain NPCs as essential because they're tied to quests, and especially the main quest, but even non-main quest. It says, well, if this person dies, you'll never be able to do quest X, Y, or Z, so we're gonna flag the NPC as essential. And then they can never die. So that was their solution. And it's tied largely to the AI, because what would happen is maybe that NPC goes out to try to hunt for food or something and gets attacked by a goblin and dies. Then it would be out of the player's hands. You would have nothing to do with it, but that important NPC just got themselves killed. So that was their solution for it. I think it's an interesting solution, but it stems from an interesting place, right? Of the AI kind of trying to make these decisions and not always making the best ones. Alright, so we're at 38 acrobatics. Almost there, we got 2 more to go. So, one thing I've seen, there might be a mod for Elder Scrolls 4. I'm pretty sure the mod I'm thinking of is Elder Scrolls 5, but the same thing happens in Elder Scrolls 5 with essential NPCs. But if I'm not mistaken, there's a mod to remove the essential flag after you've done their quests, so that they then become killable. I think it makes it a little more interesting, but I mean, that even means like shopkeepers and stuff may die outside of the control of the player. And whether that's good or bad, I don't know, it depends. You would probably hate to be in a situation where you have no shopkeepers alive to sell anything to. That wouldn't really be fun. So it's definitely a tough situation to, you know, find the right balance for. The contrast would be Elder Scrolls 3, where you could kill anyone you want. There was nobody that was flagged essential or whatever. I mean, they were flagged essential, but it meant something different in Elder Scrolls 3. In Elder Scrolls 3, oh no, the ground disappeared again. Why? We'll go inside. Maybe that'll fix it. Hopefully I don't crash going inside, but I don't want to save with the ground like that. In Elder Scrolls 3, yeah, they were flagged essential, but it meant something different. What it meant in that game was basically, if you killed them, you got a pop-up message that said, with this character's death, the thread of prophecy is severed, and this, you know, load a previous save game or continue on in the doomed world you've created. And that's it. The game's like, hey, you killed someone important, but that's up to you. You do what you want with that knowledge. Okay. So we need 5 more levels of armor.
What can I do for you? Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
What do we want to sell? I'll sell those steel arrows, even though they're better. Actually, they're still going to be worth the same, though, right? They're going to be worth 8. Yeah. I'm not going to use that. Now, you know what? It's a hassle.
Farewell.
It's a real hassle, but we're going to go to, Bruma. And we're going to go to my fence, because we can actually haggle with him a lot better. And we can get more money for these things. Did that fix it? No, but last time I fast traveled it did. Let's hope I don't crash. Because this game is barely holding on by a thread. What the hell? Oh, we crashed. Rip Elder Scrolls 4. Run is over, guys. There's a couple minutes of jumping that I'm gonna miss, but I'm gonna not use that autosave. Yeah, this game really does just die a lot. I really have spent a lot of time working on stability. I've got a couple things pulled up on my phone to try later as well. Extra, like, stability fixes. Let's take less fall damage this time. It's a lot less, I would say. So that land legitimately doesn't load in because I was able to walk through it and fall through. Wonder what would happen to an NPC. Yeah, I wonder what happened to an NPC that walked over there by any random chance. Oh boy. It's funny because we'll play the game for like an hour and it won't crash, and then it's just like boom, 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 boom. We're gonna crash a bunch now. Yo, dog, I heard you wanted to crash.
How do you do? What's the latest? Apparently,
That's one option. It's a little bit better. Alright, we'll save. Because it wouldn't be the first time if it crashed when I go inside of here.
I'm really tired.
Alright, barter.
My favorite customer.
Disposition of 90. I want to push for 55. I really do.
I think I can move this item for you at that price.
Nice.
Got anything else?
Shit. We can fortify Mercantile, though. Fun. We definitely want to keep this thing.
I'm really yeah, my favorite cut.
58? Maybe? Rex.
I can't make that deal.
No. 56. Alright, we have a steel helmet, which is... Okay, that's what I've been using. Yeah, I sold my iron helmet. Okay. We'll sell like 30 of these. We'll sell 40 of them. That's 4 pounds.
I think I can move this item for you at that price. Got anything else?
I think I'm gonna sell this staff. Also, is he still holding on to... Yeah, he's still holding on to this other stuff. I don't know if he resets inventory or not. If anyone can confirm that. I don't remember if shops on this game reset inventory over time. I felt like he did reset once. But he's definitely holding on to all the alchemy stuff. So I'm not sure at this point. selling that staff though.
A good price for a good customer.
And we don't need that necklace. What's up with Imp Gall? Fortified personality. So if I ate some of that before shopping as well, that would also get me better deals. I feel like I gotta have more stuff worth selling, right? I'm not gonna sell the Welkin stones. Yeah, flawless topaz.
I think I can move this item for you at that price. Got anything else?
Sell the wolf pelts. Sell the topaz.
I think I can move this item for you at that price.
Tempted to
Got
sell
anything
this
else?
regular soul gem. Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
I'm glad. Shadow hide.
Shadow hide me indeed. Alright, save successful. Now what I would like to maybe do is go to the Talos. Where's it at? Oh, it's right here. Yeah. I want to go to... Oh, we got another crash. See, this is why I save. Bro, this game is dying today. How's it gonna work for like an hour flawlessly? I mean, with some stutter. Works for like an hour and there's like, we done now. Yeah, I think it was more like an hour and a half before it started really crashing. Okay, let's see. No, I don't want to I want to travel to the stupid Talos Plaza. The click wasn't registering for some reason. Alright, I might be able to do this, or I might have to get like a grand welcome stone or something. So let's find out.
What right do you disturb me?
What? My master, Umbacano, is known across Cyrodiil as a collect. Why? Really?
Show him your alien. Yeah, this might not even qualify.
How interesting. I'm sure the curio
Yeah.
shops in the market district would be glad to give you a fair price for this.
We might need a better one then. Okay.
Unfortunately, my master is only interested in the rarest and most unique alien artifacts to add to his collection. Good day.
Well, I tried. Okay, where are we at on acrobatics? 37. Do a couple rounds in here. Probably a bit more stable in here, I hope. Chorrol was not doing great. Then again, though, I don't think I've spent that much time in any town without going in somewhere or doing something. Because even in Bruma, I was typically like just looking for a shop and then going in. But I kind of like to work my way to Anvil maybe today. That's a long journey. I'm gonna go through Skingrad, Kvatch.
Speak.
I kind of like how strength governed acrobatics in Morrowind more than speed in this game. It does make it a little bit easier to level speed. No, not really. I think Morrowind's governing was better. Because they have more skills to work with. 3 per attribute. They really wanted that hard line on here, and it was a little weird. But the idea, like, you are stronger if you can... Jumping higher does rely on strength, right? You guys are like clones. The hell?
You have my ear, citizen.
So I can always go back to the armorer here to level up armor. Maybe it's the right call. Rashida and Chorrol had a level, or had an expert level marksman. Or not marksman, mercantile. And that may make her harder to get good training. I don't know if that affects training on this game like it does in Morrowind. It's gonna put us up to 39, right? Yeah. 80% to next level. So, I'm doing things correctly. Any moment now. %, 99. I don't know if I'm raising my... No, I'm still at 0%. Okay. Alright, let's find the market district. It is going to be southwest. No, it's not. It's by the prison. No? Oh wait, yeah it is, but the prison's up here. So it's northeast. Go over here and get some armor levels so we can be ready with endurance. Yeah, what I noticed though is that if one jump does not equal 1%, then I need to make more than 100 jumps just to level up once. It's gonna be fun. Making acrobatics be like... Wait till 9:30 in the morning. Dave, because I don't trust this shit.
Welcome to A Fighting Chance.
We've been here.
Lesan, proprietor. I sell the best swords in the city, and I offer advanced training for armorers.
Oh, definitely. First of all, what's up, St. Nicholas Stew? But definitely Morrowind. Morrowind's my favorite.
Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
I've said that as many times. It's 3, 2, 4, 5 arena. Very easy. Very easy. She's also expert. Damn. Alright. Then I'm gonna go back to Chorrol. Can't tell if it's crashed or not. Nope. My mouse did a weird thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. It's crashed. Yeah, it's not even really a difficult question for me on how to rank the whole series.
What?
Now, why did I come back here? Because I had worked on her disposition already.
What can I introduce?
So 66, so it's a little bit better.
I can show you some new things.
So, let's see, it costs 233. What if I give you a little bribe?
Of course. I'll take that and thank you very much. Let's get to training.
It did get cheaper, but it probably wasn't worth it.
Let's see if we can.
Skill diary. We need 3 more levels. That's gonna be like all of my money.
I hope I can help.
If I'm lucky.
Good that you want to get better.
No, it's more than all my money.
Good that you want to pay attention, and you can learn a lot.
Oh, I can barely afford it.
You too.
Alright. New save. Need a good spot to jump. Need to macro it. Actually, kind of tempted to. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. Just in case the game decides to crash. Where is my macro thing? That ought to be good enough. Let's try it. Nope. I'd totally go like walk away, go to the bathroom while it's jumping.
Good to see you. What's going on with you?
People are down there having a conversation. The 52%. We'll get there eventually. Wait, still 52%? No. Is it not counting it because I'm not getting full jumps? 53. Weird. That was a waste of time then. I'm trying to see how many jumps it takes to get 1 point. Too many. This is a sturdy-ass chandelier. I'm impressed. Can't lie. By the way, when it comes to rating the games, I really should give Arena another shot. I would like if it had a modernization like Daggerfall Unity. I think it would make it a little easier to get into for me. As much as I'm normally like, oh, it's an older game, I'll get used to it, I'm fine. I have a really hard time getting into Arena. I've tried a few times. I have a really hard time getting into Arena. And there's the whole thing about the opening dungeon too, the whole meme about it. Like the opening dungeon on Elder Scrolls 2 isn't all that bad. The Privateer's Hold.
Yes, I could be wrong, but it seems to me there's something shady going on at the Oaken Crozier.
We're in the Oaken Crozier.
I've never noticed anything.
Be seeing you.
These people are just gossiping about the place they're in. We're only at 62%.
Well met.
What is it now?
I understand the Fighters Guild is hiring new members. Not that work for some folks.
So I've heard.
Have you ever bought a horse from Bungon?
Good to see you, a rider. I've heard others swear by his animals, though.
Yes.
Heard any news from the other provinces?
Nothing I'd like to talk about.
So long.
Goodbye. It's you.
Dialogue's so good. There's a reason it spawned memes that still, you know, we still see the Oblivion, what's it called?
Let's hear it.
It'll be like Oblivion dialogue.mp4. You'll see people putting videos like that on YouTube to this day. Because of how funny the dialogue can be. We're at 83%. It's better. I think moving around is better, especially if you get some of these higher jumps like this.
It's you.
Greetings, Breton.
Is it? No. There, finally.
What? There's one. The room is.
I'm broke, by the way.
Good day.
I am so broke. We're gonna save in case things get freaky. No, cancel. Not 11 hours. All right, 555. Deal with that. And now it feels frozen because, like, I can't move my mouse or anything. You know what? I did it again. Why do I keep doing it on this game? Like, I was so good about reading all the dialogue and stuff. Now it wants to crash. I was so good about reading all the dialogue for level ups on Elder Scrolls 3. And now all of a sudden, I barely ever read them on here. I want to read the flavor text. You learned a lot about Cyrodiil and about yourself. It's hard to believe how ignorant you were, but now you have so much more to learn. See, that's all. I just wanted to read that. Extra 25 encumbrance there really gonna help. We've been having issues with that, of course. I kind of want to take a trip down to Skingrad.
Greetings, fellow Breton.
I don't trust anything on this game at this point. I'm gonna have to look into these other, like, stabilization mods and stuff. It's because it's weird how inconsistent it is. Everything will kind of be fine for like an hour, and then it'll just be crash, 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 crash. And unfortunately, like now I'm a bit too far into the character to restart it. On the other character, that's interesting. Kavach has marks on it. None of the other ones do. 3 marks on it. You know, I tried restarting the character before the second stream, and I didn't have autosaves enabled or anything, and it still gave me the issues. So I said, all right. Not autosave corruption. Are you serious? Are you serious, game? Why? Why? Makes it really hard to get invested in things. You know what would be cool is if Bethesda was like, yo, this game turns 16 years old in like 7 days. Here's a surprise update that makes it not crash every 8 seconds. I can't believe the dupe glitch still works with scrolls. They didn't even care to patch that. I'm glad. I kind of prefer leaving things like that in the game, but I can't believe they didn't patch that. Yo, that stutter, I was like, did it really just crash again? Because if it starts crashing like that frequently, it will push me to a point of being like, alright, I'm gonna quit for the day and I'm gonna try and fix it before next stream. But it's like earlier we walked around for like over an hour out here in the wilderness without any issues. So it's so weird, so inconsistent. It's doing that every time it loads in the trees, which, yeah, I really need to look into, again, it's already open on my phone, but there's like a heap replacer. So I guess the way the game uses the heap is bad. I guess it's really, what's the word I would use for it? Unoptimized? I guess it has really unoptimized heap. So I guess there's something to replace the heap, and there's a couple other things I could try adding. Yeah, I just want to get to Skingrad. Where are we? Okay, Get this Ayleid ruin marked on our map, and it looks like there's a Daedric shrine nearby. But I don't know if I trust you. I don't. Okay, that might have been a bad move.
This ends here.
Trying to box them might have been a bad move. Yep. Oh, that camera. As I'm rolling all over the place. Oh shit, has it been that long? Where am I? Wait, did it really not autosave? What the fuck? That's unfortunate. Alright, we'll get there. I take the same route. I guess I could put my armor back on. I really want to go for the +5 endurance, that's all. And yeah, armor will get me endurance, but it's harder to control. Put the debaser on. It's like another Ayleid ruin in there, maybe. I do kind of want to get this one marked. It's one of the problems, though, with the compass system in this game and Elder Scrolls V. It's really easy to just be like, oh, there's a thing there, and you can get more distracted by looking for things rather than exploring what looks interesting. You could just see it on the map and go for it. Or, yeah, see it on the compass rather and go for it. I want to know who's mad at me so I can, you know, not have them mad at me.
Show me what you've got. Die!
Light armor? What am I wearing that's light armor? Oh, I thought I put my... Oh, I had a leather... My bad. I don't know why I had that. I forgot to sell it. I missed it. Get some block. Already 2/10 of the way to leveling up. Steel arrows, sure. Steel bow as well, sure. Alright, let's get back up this hill. I'm gonna rest an hour because I'm super hurt. Still don't really have anything in the way of potions. It is a real shame I can't do the same kind of alchemy cheese that I would in Elder Scrolls 3. Are there 2 Daedric shrines around here? I feel like there might be. Can't rest. Something's nearby. Where is the shrine? I don't see it. There it is. Why does that guy look really suspicious? Yeah, Clavicus Vial. Okay. Because I don't feel like... I feel like there was another one showing up earlier. Maybe I'm wrong, though. That only appeared once we got near the Ayleid Ruin. Nearer to the Ayleid Ruin. I could be wrong, though. Guess I didn't have my bearings. Who's this ran? Is that the same one that just killed me a minute ago? I got a weapon now. I'm gonna up you up. Summon your scamp. Do it. Well, your scamp is booking it. Right. Yo, you could wail fast. Just be wailing on people in this game. Well then. Still gonna kill me? I don't know, I suck with bows though. Yo, he's healing so much. You should run out of magicka. Turn this man into a pincushion. Oh! Guard, assist. Take them arrows back. All right then, that was painful, wasn't it? How's the debaser looking? It's 90. I gotta be careful with that because my armorer sucks too much to repair it. Oh, is that a scamp down there? Can't wait because enemies are nearby. Let me hide in this tree stump. It kind of worked. That guard watched over me. I appreciate it, Broham. Yeah, I saw something walking. It looked like a scamp. Which would mean it's an actual scamp, not the one the conjurer was summoning. Shooting at me, I think it is. Can't really see it yet. Yo, I got this one, guard. Wait, what? Oh, it's me having 20 gold. I was like, wait, does the scamp have a gold inventory? That's weird. That is one thing I miss from Elder Scrolls 2. How easy it is to make money in that game. You could easily cheese the dungeon system a bit too. Because like when you go into the dungeon, every time it like resets. So if you have a dungeon where there's like a person right near the beginning, you know they're gonna drop armor and weapons and probably some gold. So you can go in there and get that like every single time, walk out with thousands of gold worth of stuff. I mean, even just the gold itself, if it doesn't weigh you down. Where's it at? Alchemy's alright. Alchemy's nowhere near as good in this game as it was in 3, though. Couple blocks in. Even for money, though, it's nowhere near as good as it was in 3. I can't just go make a stack of, you know, 100 potions that each are worth 50,000. Kind of feel like some of the systems got a little broken on here. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I generally point out. Just how to me a lot of the systems feel kind of broken on here because they wanted to, like, we have to balance everything. It would be bad if the player got an unfair advantage. But we don't want to use Debaser. We want to use this. Block a little bit. Oh, nice. The truly skillful fighter learns to block with shield and weapon. Diligent practice has made you an apprentice at blocking. Blocking with your shield or weapon no longer drains fatigue. No! No! Don't kill me. No! I knew it was gonna happen. I was trying to get these levels, man. See, I have no idea what I've done now. I don't know when I saved. Because on one hand I save like every 8 seconds, and then sometimes I get complacent and think, oh, the game, it's not gonna crash, it's gonna be nice. I used to do full chameleon. Like, I remember one of the things I used to always do on this game back when it was new was I'd make full chameleon suits, 100% chameleon suits. So we are here. What is it? Same thing? Okay. Oh! I had rested last time. I didn't rest this time. I might die again. Because I don't have any... Yeah, I don't have any healing stuff. Okay. That's the difference. Yo, what's going on? I like that name. I'll have to think about that again. Let's switch to the short sword. I don't know, like, that's a little weird to me. Well, I don't know. So, just for context, since you know, if you're watching on YouTube or something, thing in chat was, why do people watch girls licking fake ears? It's like, I really don't know, because I don't understand how it would be arousing or something. I can understand just general ASMR, and I can even understand like putting a sexual spin on it, but yeah, I never understood like the ear thing. Oh, Mike just busting by here. Come on, die. Yeah, it's an interesting one that took off. Now I understand why, like, those microphones are actually cool. Like, if you're into real ASMR, those microphones are really good directional microphones. That the idea is it actually simulates the sound that you would be getting in your ears. So that, like, that's, to me, that's interesting and it's cool technology. But then, yeah, what people have turned it into. I'm not gonna buy one. Those are expensive. An imp, 2 imps. I know just what to do. I mean, ASMR is one thing, but buying that one of those directional microphones is another thing. I have a perfectly good mic here. Ooh, he kicked me in the face. Bop that man. Guess we've discovered this spot already? What is it? There's a cave somewhere. Okay. Must be right there. Okay, yeah. I'm torn because I'm hurt and I don't want to use... Nope. I'm gonna kill that right there. I'm torn because I don't want to use restoration. I'm too close to leveling restoration up. I want to fight this guy. Oh, he went flying towards me. Where'd he go? There we go. I like when you get the little uppercut and you just hit him in the nads. I mean, they don't really have any balls, but still, you uppercut him in the dick. Give him the good old dick twister. Cannot wait when enemies are nearby. Anxiety be like... Grab his dick and twist it. Uh-oh. Oh, you're new. We might be screwed on this. Do I have anything I would use here? I have it on good authority that they hate fire. Punch him in the butt. Oh, we had a guard too. That would have been helpful. All right. I feel like I'm playing Hexen all of a sudden because we just have like the gauntlets up on the screen. Yo, we've regained a bunch of magic thanks to those imps. Almost to Skingrad, kind of. Actually, yeah, we're making good progress. Another imp. I didn't expect to see a troll. I didn't really feel ready for one, to be honest. But this game and its leveled lists for everything. Trying to get this strength up though. Punch him in the face. Alright, that was very painful. There's something up there on the road. I can't tell what it is. I don't trust whatever it is. See if I can rest. Is it still up there? I think it... Is it dead? It might be a wolf, but it looks like it's dead. Check it out. Bandit? I'm not gonna box you. Not worth it. I'm gonna have a hard enough time beating you without healing. Yep. No, hold on. Ooh, he's right up in my grill, though. We can eat that boar meat. It's not going to get me very far. What I was going to do is come in and... It's restoration. Ooh. Damn it. I don't think this combat mod's really helping. I feel like the same Oblivion problem is still here, where enemies take way too many hits. And I die in very few hits. I forget though, did I put destruction here? Because I'd rather not. Okay, no good, destruction's down there. Okay, no chameleon. There we go. A lockpick. Man, that was painful. Try and loot this wolf. Wait an hour. He has a spoon. I'd like to know where he's keeping it. How is... Yeah, Debaser's pretty hurt. We're gonna leave it alone for a bit. That would be Skingrad up there. That's our destination. Something way up on the hill over there. Okay, wait. What are these different plants? So this is Flax. Okay, they're both flax. I was like, because they look the same. Whoa. Something talking to me in the other room. Now, I seem to remember flax being decent, like maybe it was feather. Yeah. And restore magicka. Okay, we're gonna have to look around a bit out here. We're gonna have to get some more flax. Now, what is that? Restore intelligence. No, we need fortify intelligence. You know what we need to do. We need greater fame. Sorry I'm not good enough for you, Kinnereth. Sorry, I'm just a loser. I forget what that one does. Restore strength and damage health. Alright, we got flax here. Something here is really making my frame rate unhappy. Don't know what it is. It's funny too. It's like an optimization issue because I'm not really running anything that intense. It's just an optimization issue. Did I have Primrose before? Yeah, willpower and personality. Follow this road, it'll circle around into Skingrad. And the really bad performance here is definitely getting me a little concerned. I don't think any city has been like this yet. They've all been pretty manageable. This is pretty bad right now. I thought that was a dude, like an enemy. Ew, something's broken there. There we go. Columbine root pulp. I feel like I remember that being decent. Personality and resist frost. Nah. Alright, now performance is better all of a sudden. Weird. That area back there specifically was bad. What you gotta tell us, Mike?
My
I wouldn't really say that's a lie then. I mean, well, is it a lie if he immediately counters it and says maybe it's not, maybe that's not true? He immediately reversed course without even being pressed on it. Ladies' smock. And what does that get us? Oh my god, just, I'll look. Restore intelligence, resist fire. I'd really like more flax. That stuff was pretty dope. All right, Skingrad. I do remember spending a lot of time here before. Just in case, it wouldn't be the first time we've had a crash. Nope. Take a look at my skill diary. We have 3 endurance, so we need 5 more levels. If I can get some good like healing or something, we can farm block more easily, which would also let us farm armor. We're 6 of 10. We could do some more hand-to-hand to help get strength up. Okay. What is... Blade is only 33. Heavy armor's 35. This is a song they use on all the Oblivion conversation memes. That's all I can think about when I hear this song now. Bonk. Hey, Mages Guild. Don't worry about me. I'm not doing anything bad like scoping out the joint.
Hello.
Got some alchemy stuff.
I bought a good number of things at Colovian.
A lot of
traders,
alchemy stuff.
And Gunder is a friendly sort.
I've bought a number of things from Gunder. I've always been satisfied.
Oh yeah.
I've heard others say the same.
Damn. Mages Guild is stacked.
The death of Uriel Septim and his heirs changes
Safe travels.
everything.
You too.
So I've heard.
Well met.
Safe travels.
Undata already grows some good tomatoes.
Greetings.
We'll grab a couple things here in a bit.
I'm sure Untaxing are good.
I don't know Gaston well.
Yeah, always gotta run some mods, yeah.
Mighty fine wine.
Oh, whoops. Forgot I don't actually have a key.
The death of Uriel Septim and his heirs changes everything.
Farewell.
Welkenstone. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Just like that, huh? Let me pick it up right through there.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, what time is it? My shirt is Paladin. It is a bit of like a thrash revival band from Atlanta, Georgia. Bit of a thrash revival, but they also do like some video game music and stuff too. Oh, you are in Georgia, okay. I go there for the Prague Power Festival, which is usually every September. The one from 2020 is happening on the 1st through the 4th of June this year. Wait like 9 hours. Yeah, I love that festival. We probably have, cause like, if you know that festival, there it is. If you know that festival, then you know kind of how it is, where like everyone kind of gets this almost like a family vibe, and then you'll be like, oh, check, you know, so I want you to meet this person, I want you to meet that person. Everyone kind of knows each other. Alright, do y'all sleep? I know the AI sometimes has to adapt after you wait like that, but it's like, do y'all sleep? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the festival this year. And yeah, I was gonna say on the modding topic, I pretty much always play modded, but I like to keep it close to vanilla. I don't like overhauls that are too extreme. So I like to keep it somewhat close to vanilla, and I just like kind of adding what I think are, I wouldn't say modernization, but just nice to haves, like open cities. To me, I have a hard time playing without open cities as a good example. I don't want to get a sneak level. Have I heard of Obscene Extreme though? I don't think I have. Name's not ringing a bell right now. I'm a little nervous he's gonna come walking up these stairs trying to get up to the top. Unless he already made it up there when I wasn't looking. Sneak is 47. I'm gonna avoid that sneak level. Ooh, over encumbered, damn. Oh, okay. Personally, I never really got... Grindcore is one of the only styles I never really got into myself. It depends though, because I think a lot of people consider Carcass grindcore, but I love, like, the Heartwork is a great album. That to me, that feels... Oh, that's why we save. That's why we save. To me, like, at least the Carcass I listen to, it feels more like Arch Enemy or something, and I mean, I know Michael Amott and everything, but it feels more like Arch Enemy, not so much like what I think of with grindcore, like Napalm Death or something. I mean, my absolute favorite stuff is typically like progressive death metal. But I mean, just almost prog in general. I like the really technical stuff. Because I listen to a lot of jazz and stuff as well. A lot of like fusion jazz. So I like that really over-the-top technical stuff. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I actually saw Napalm Death one time, like, more than 10 years ago. I think Probably more than 10 years ago now. It's been a long time. Not really super into them. They did a good enough live show. I can't really complain. Just not really my jam. There's a lot of bands like that though that I've seen live multiple times. I would never really listen to them just, you know, when I'm driving or whatever. But I don't mind seeing them live because they put on a good live show. Just in case weirder things have happened. What did I tell you? It's crashing. So bad. Yeah, I kind of mentioned it before, but I've got stuff pulled up already to try some more optimization stuff. But it's weird because I'll play for like an hour and nothing will happen, and then all of a sudden it's like crash, crash, crash. So sporadic. I have seen... So I've never seen Black Sabbath, but I saw Heaven and Hell a couple of times. So I got to see them with Dio.
I'm really tired. Can we get on with this?
Yeah, I considered going to like the farewell Black Sabbath tour. I don't know why I wasn't really feeling... I didn't really feel like I wanted to go to that. And then I saw the footage and they were like opening up with the song Black Sabbath, and I was like, oh, that's like my favorite Black Sabbath song. I kind of wish I was there. But oh well, right? Let's see. But I did see him a couple times. Like I said, Heaven and Hell. It was with one of them was like Machine Head and Megadeth and Heaven and Hell, and the other one was I forget who was opening. You know, I think it was it was Testament, and then Motorhead, and then Heaven and Hell, and then Judas Priest.
I'm really tired.
That's been a long time.
Favorite customer. What do you got? I think I can... That's a fair... I think I can move this item for you at that price. Got...
They're haggling. Okay, yeah. Let's try to get up to that. Even though I already sold other stuff.
Make that deal.
No! Alright, I'll go back to 56. Fine, be that way.
Excellent bargain.
Sell everything.
I think I can move this item for... You've made a good bit of gold.
Well, I used to not wear any kind of earplugs or anything.
I think I can move this item for
Tinnitus.
Got anything else?
The tinnitus is real. Not worth it.
You got a great deal there. I think I can move this item for you at that price. Got anything else?
Still gonna keep them strawberries.
I think I can move this. You've made a good bit of gold.
So I go through phases where I see a bunch of shows, where I don't see a lot of shows. Actually, I want to check one thing real quick. I go through phases on that, and... Okay, yeah, that sucks. See, that's one thing I really don't like on here, is that... Why do their inventories reset? I don't like that. That's not cool. Anyway, I'll go through the phases on, like, catching shows. And right now I'm not... There's a lot of shows. Like, I looked up the show calendar of the local venue here that catches most of the ones, most of the metal shows and everything that I want to see. I pulled it up and there's like 15 shows between like mid-February and I think July or even June. There's like 15 shows that I wanted to see. And it's like, I just don't feel like it though, but they're all really good shows, really good lineups, everything. There's a lot of good stuff coming through right now. I'm just kind of not in the mood, you know. Sometimes it be that way. I caught a few last year. Bro. Really? Couldn't even load the Mages Guild. Hey, thanks Beard Man for the follow. I appreciate that. I've never been to a wrestling show at all, I don't think. I got a friend that's really into them and goes to a lot of them. I've never actually been to one myself. But I was gonna say with music, I went to a few last year because I think they started really picking up again in like September. And I went to like 4 in like a month or so. And I was like, ooh, that's kind of how I used to be. I used to go to like usually 2 to 3 shows a week was kind of my norm for a long time. It's been a long time since I've done that, but it used to be that there were just that many shows coming through. This was like 10 years ago. I do like Rush, but I'm not like the biggest fan. I wish I would have seen them. I had the opportunity on, you know, their farewell tour, and I knew I liked Rush. I liked everything I'd heard from them, but I wasn't like super into Rush, so I kind of said, it's fine. I don't really need to go to the farewell tour. And I kind of regretted that because I got more into Rush later.
What's your story?
I think I just saved, right? Because I don't want to load back here yet. Okay. Alright, can I go into the Mages Guild now? No! Did it break? Did the Mages Guild get corrupted somehow? Let's see. I've seen Dream Theater probably like 6 times or so. Dream Theater is one of my favorites. You know, Dream Theater, older Opeth. So Opeth to me is 2 different bands. I prefer older Opeth, but I do like modern Opeth as well. You know, like stuff like that, super up my alley. And then I can like name drop some that's like progressive death metal bands that people don't know about, like Perihelion Ship. They have that old Opeth vibe. They're from Finland. They're really good. Okay, I'm allowed to load the Mages Guild. Awesome. That had me kind of concerned. Wait, am I still carrying around? Yeah, I'm carrying around stupid leather cuirass. Need someone to sell that to.
Greetings, Evoker.
Something I can do for you.
I mean, that's the same too. I play guitar, and it's like when you start seeing bands like Dream Theater, it's like, ooh, it's rough.
I've never seen him take a hit.
I just got one of the John Petrucci signature guitars back in October for a mere $4,000. I will, yeah, okay, yeah. I will show, but give me a few minutes. I would wash my hands first. So I'll take a bathroom break or something here, and then when I get back, I will pick up the guitar. It's literally like sitting right behind me though, the case is. But yeah, let me do that. Let me take a bathroom break and go wash my hands and stuff. Because I don't want to, like, my hands are all oily and stuff now. I haven't washed them in a bit. So I don't want to get that on the very cheap guitar, right? No, it's amazing guitar though.
Not so loud.
PRS, ooh, nice, autographed by PRS himself.
Agnet the Smith. The pickle, they call me. Sure wish I was pickled right now.
What the hell? This lady's freaky.
Well, have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
I mean, I guess it makes sense because they're merchants, but like all these smiths are like expert at mercantile. It sucks. I haven't listened to Cryptopsy in a long time, but I am somewhat familiar. I got a friend that's like really into them. How many do I have? I have 3. We'll get another 3.
I let that go too cheaply. A pleasure to serve.
I really like the band Keep of Kalessin. And they have a song, I forget what it's called off the top of my head. It's like, I think Vengeance is in the name. And the double bass goes nasty at the beginning of that song. Once it kicks off, no pun intended, but it's some of the fastest double bass I've ever heard. It's insane. Alright, yeah, let me take a bathroom break. Okay, I was gonna make sure the music was gonna keep playing. Good. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and I'll get that guitar out when I get back. Just so you can see it. All right, so here we have the JP7 Majesty. Look at that shit. Music Man Majesty. This thing is a beast. Very, very nice finish and everything too. It plays beautifully. Floating tremolo. Oh yeah, 7-string indeed. Yeah, I like the Majesty symbol there from Dream Theater. I had played one of the JP7 guitars a long time ago. Like, it's been my dream guitar for like 15 years. And I had played it like a long time ago, and I was like, it's everything I wanted it to be. And then it's this thing of like, oh, but it's like over $3,000, right? But yeah, I finally took some crypto profits last year. It's like, I'm getting me a 7-string John Petrucci guitar. I would play, but I'm not set up, Tusk. I'm not set up for it right now. I do got the axe effects and everything over here, but I don't have it set up with OBS, so it'd take me some time to get that going. But this is the beast itself, the JP7 Majesty. And yeah, if I do mistreat that's why I was like, I don't want to, let me wash my hands first before I go get the guitar. See, I got another Ernie Ball sitting back there. Dave Mustaine, Dean here. Ernie Ball Axis. Just a 7-string Ibanez here. Not any special model or anything. Forgot what it is. RG7321. Not like any signature or anything. I got like some bass and stuff as well, and like a shitty acoustic somewhere. Alright, let's switch back to game full. There we go. I do try to take care of my stuff, yeah. I've had that Ernie Ball music, the Axis. I've had that since like 2004 or 5. And it still plays beautifully, no issues. And yeah, I do remember, hold on, let me scroll back up in the chat. Because I caught some of that, but play for, yeah, right. Music streaming. Yeah, so I've done a little bit of it. Not full streams, but what I was doing for a bit. Alright, I'll try to cut this down. I used to use a, I know it's bad, but I used to use a Line 6 Pod HD desktop. And I would use that to plug the guitar into to feed that into the computer to then play it like over OBS to then play it on stream. The problem is there's a known issue with the Logitech webcam drivers and the pod. And when I say known issue, like this has been a thing. You can find forum posts back in like 2014 talking about this issue, and it still hasn't been fixed. And what it would do is sometimes just blue screen. You just get a blue screen because the drivers are conflicting with each other. So I kind of stopped doing that, but I would sometimes start out my streams with like, 10, 15 minutes of playing guitar or whatever. Just have a little bit of fun with it. I think that's what Tusk was talking about with the nostalgia trip from before the YouTube era. But now I have an Axe FX 3, which if you know anything about guitar, that's a big beefy bad boy system. And I can get that set up with OBS, and that's not going to cause any problems. So I will try to get that at some point, and I'll start playing some more guitar on stream again. And yeah, I do remember hearing about Dave with throat cancer. How recent was that? Is that super recent? It seems like it within the last couple months, right? Kind of accidentally destroyed a drum kit. Oops. What happened? And you have one guitar that's worth more. I think I do too. I have another guitar. It's in the other room, but it is the Dean Razorback. It's one of the Dimebag tribute models. And it's the rust one. It's like it's peeling rust kind of paint job on it. It looks really good. And they only made 333 of them. And back when I got it in like 2007 or whatever, it was 3,600. I guarantee, like, getting one of those original ones, it's probably worth a lot more than that now. Yeah, I too love Megadeth. I was really into Megadeth, like, when I was just kind of learning guitar originally. Oh, I see. I got you. Tour. Autocorrect. They only made those PRS for 4 years. Damn. Yeah, you know that's going to be worth something. Alright. I've been hanging out in here for a bit, so let's try to exit and see if we... Oh, we don't crash. Cool. Yeah, I get you, man. That's the thing with drumming, right? Is you can... It's a very physical thing. It's a good way to try to get aggression out. But yeah, I guess in your case, you got too much aggression out on the drum kit. Damn!
Greetings to you.
But I feel like drumming in and of itself would be a good way to get some aggression out. I've always wanted to learn to drum, but I mean, I guess there's electronic kits, but I mean, getting a full kit's not really an option for an apartment. So that kind of limits me just to electronics. And I guess I do dabble in bass a bit. I have a bass. But I always wanted to learn keys as well. I'd really like to learn keys. Oh,
We need to talk.
Can we talk when I got a better frame rate?
To public. Meet me behind the great chapel at midnight. Don't let anyone follow you. I'll make it worth your while.
This man's eyes are just pitch black. I'm reading what Saint said about... Okay. Single-handedly increase the value of them, but don't know who. Okay. I'd have to think. I know Opeth uses a lot of PRS guitars, but I don't know that it would be any of them. Oh, that shit's, talking about someone running up on stage and stuff. I went to a show back in, I don't know, was it 2008, 9, 10 at the latest? And it was this little place in Dallas. It was... they called it the 10 for 10 show, and it was supposed to be like hardcore bands and stuff. There was one band on there that didn't quite fit with the rest of the bill, and it was War of Ages. That was the only metal band on the bill. And I liked them, so I really wanted to see them. And it was like 9 other bands that were all hardcore bands. It was like Poison the Well, Terror, Bane, Madball, stuff like that. That show was rowdy as fuck. People were just jumping up on stage and flipping off of it and everything. I know that got a little crazy. I don't remember what band it was, but like during their set, just like 15 people from the crowd went up on stage with the band, and like the band invited them up. They're like, everybody come up here, and they just started like going crazy and stuff. Like that show was rowdy as fuck. And then at the end, when the band was like, all right, now get the fuck off of here, they all like, it's like 15 people just jumping off the stage, going like flipping and stuff. I'm like, damn. They got destroyed? Really? I don't know, I like Avenged Sevenfold. Ooh. Alright. We're gonna box this man. I always thought they got like an unfair rep. Bitch picks a fight and then starts running. Get back here. Let me practice my hand-to-hand on you. That's what you get. But yeah, no, you're super right. Okay, I gotta reread back a little bit too, because I was on two different PRS Arts top 4-inch deep version. Okay, I got you. Yeah, back on this other front, I always thought that they got like an unfair rep. I thought they were better than people give them credit for. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Like, just what you said, it's just people being immature about it. Throwing a fit because you don't like a band, like, okay, I mean, some people there probably do like them. Why can't they enjoy it? Like, why can't people enjoy something that they like, you know? But yeah, it's just people throwing a fit. It's like, I know you're there to see Iron Maiden. I love Iron Maiden. But why be like that? So you're talking about there where, yeah, people like jumping up on stage and stuff. Sometimes, I think a lot of times when people do that, they don't mean anything bad by it. But you also have to consider, you know, I mentioned Dimebag earlier, we have cases like that where you don't know what somebody's thinking when they jump up on stage. You know, are they doing it just because they're into the music? Are they gonna, you know, do something stupid? Are they gonna hurt somebody? Like, are they gonna, you know, again, the Dimebag incident, are they gonna kill somebody? Like, you don't know when people start doing stuff like that, what their intentions are. And you can't really make assumptions on, oh, they're probably fine. Like, I understand, you know, why a band would get upset when you just get random people jumping up on stage and all that. But I mean, if the band invites them, that's different. If the band is like, everybody crowd up on stage because we're rowdy and we, you know, that's how we want to be, I can accept that. GG Allen, oh no. If it were a true GG Allen moment, he'd be throwing his shit at the crowd. That man, you know, I guess I can appreciate that he has like a legacy and everything, but it's a bit too much for me. Yeah, like it's too much for me. G.G. Allen, he would like shit on the stage and throw it at people. He'd like hit people and stuff. He'd get like aggressive with the fans and all that. But like the people there loved it. The people there are like, oh, it's just, you know, it's just what you expect when you go to a G.G. Allen show. It's like, that's what you get. And I mean, I guess I appreciate that. I'm all for people. You know what I always say in life is, as long as you're not hurting anybody who doesn't want to be hurt, I don't really care what you do. And that kind of goes into it. Like if you walked in the door knowing that G.G. Allen does stuff like that, then I mean, that's your business. If there's a market for it and people, you know, are willing to pay for that, then why should I stop them? But yeah, it's too much for me. It's a little bit too crazy for me. See, my thing is when I go to a show, I want to be front center. My hands are gigantic. Where is block 25? I want to be front center, and I'm just there to like enjoy the show, right? How's armor? Shit. Alright, I gotta take my armor off. I don't want to level it up right now, I don't think. Actually, maybe I do. I don't know. Oh, damn. You got some stories. Okay, anyway, as I was saying, I was never into like moshing or anything. I just want to be front center, enjoy the show, enjoy the music. I mean, I know people are going to be moshing. It annoys me. I don't like it when people are slamming into my back while I'm just sitting there trying to watch the music, but I know it happens. I know it's going to happen. So, I mean, I can't really fault anyone for it, I guess. But I do hate it. It's annoying. But it's like, yeah, if I went to a show and then, you know, I'm there front center and the dude starts throwing shit at me. He takes a shit on the stage and starts throwing it at me. I'm not gonna be happy. What the fuck? Oh yeah, I was like, I was like, around your mouth, that's weird. I mean, it's still not cool. It's still, you know, not a great thing to do, but I was like, wait a minute, he cupped his hands around your mouth, what? You cannot go that way, turn back. I could actually disable that setting and it would let me walk that way. And you have to do that for mods. There are some mods that add like new terrain, and there's a setting in the INI file that you have to disable to be able to walk out of that area. Cannot wait when enemies are nearby. Let's take a look at my skill diary real quick. Endurance still needs some work, but I think we're getting a little bit too close to a level though for my comfort. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have used hand-to-hand on that wolf. Oops. What I could do is this. Yeah, some games do that. Some RPG, like old school style RPGs, or like turn-based ones or whatever, they have systems where if you're way stronger than the enemy, you can just kind of auto skip the battle. It's like, here's the experience and stuff you would have got. The problem with this game, though, is that it's rare that anything is like weaker than you because they put leveled lists on everything. Cannot wait when enemies are nearby, but I want to. I don't like the vanilla level scaling either, but I mean, maybe you have a recommendation. Anything I've seen that really changes it much is too much of an overhaul. Like it's Oscar Rose Oblivion overhaul or something. And it's like, well, I didn't want that many changes. I didn't want like new creatures and stuff. I just want a change to the way the leveled lists work. Maybe you know a recommendation. Yeah, so like, well, they get like Daedric, they get a lot of glass armor too. Have bandits with glass armor. Gotta bop that dude. We leveled up heavy armor. That gets us endurance, but there's still enemies nearby. I mean, I guess sure, there's implications on, you know, where does Daedric armor come from, but still, glass armor is like the most valuable of light armor. It's super expensive stuff, and you just get common bandits running around with it all the time at a point. There's something there. Maybe not. I think, is that a wolf? Oh no, it's a rock. This just in, streamer does not know the difference between wolves and rocks. Bop that dude. Bruise him up. Sell it for skooma. Did somebody say skooma? Kaias Cosadas has entered the chat. I think it's funny too, because when you first meet Kaias Cosadas, if you talk to him and ask it, like, tell me about yourself, and he's like, I'm just an old man with the moon sugar problem. Like, he doesn't even hide it. Wherever that man went after Elder Scrolls 3, he's probably high as hell. Relax, we can. So, what do you do with... So, you turn moon sugar into skooma, but you can also, like, eat moon sugar as well, right? And then they have skooma pipes, right? So we know skoomas use pipes, or we know they use pipes to, I guess smoke skooma, but I thought it was a drink. So I don't know how it works. I don't know enough about the drugs. That guy in Skingrad wanted to meet me at midnight. I'm like, bro, I'm leaving Skingrad right now. Could have talked to me earlier. But it's funny because here in Elder Scrolls 4, timed things really aren't timed. Elder Scrolls 2 be like, oh, you didn't do the main quest quick enough? Well, the main quest is done. You failed. A water pipe? Wait, do you mean like a literal pipe that carries water, like plumbing? Yeah, I mentioned that before too, that I hate the sound of like a wounded dog. I mean, in this case, they are hostile, they attacked me first. But I went on a whole thing about how real wolves don't really attack people for the most part. They're actually pretty scared of people. They're really cautious. If they see people, they're really cautious and kind of want to stay away from them and don't want to interact with them. The real wolves that can be dangerous, though, are the ones that are that have been raised in captivity. So if you have a wolf that was maybe raised in a zoo or something like that and then released, they're used to people, they're comfortable around people, so they would be more likely to actually attack a person if they were released back into the wild. And yeah, a lot of bears, definitely. They can be aggressive, but if you... It depends on the bears, because I know you treat, like brown bears and black bears and grizzly bears, you treat them differently. But some of them, like, I think just regular old brown bears, if they start getting aggressive, you get aggressive right back at them. You just bop them on the nose or whatever. They're like, what the fuck? And they'll run away. They're like, why did he do this? Okay, yeah, so you're saying, back on what Tusk was saying about the smoking. Well, so the thing is, like in Elder Scrolls 3, there are skooma pipes. So it seems something like that, right? Oh, damn. You had a bear with babies come into your tent. I bet your asshole puckered up. How were you shitting yourself if your asshole puckered that much? I gotta tell you right now, like, my asshole would be puckered so much that, you know, if I stood up, the chair would come with me. And wait an hour, let's do it. Yo, we're gonna do all the alchemy one day. Holy shit. You were there? You saw it? Saw your dad put down a charging bear? Damn. Yeah, that would be pretty terrifying. Had a bison start to charge at us once. I was at this place in Texas, like near the Panhandle, called Caprock Canyons, and there's a lot of bison out there. I'm gonna go ahead and say I was the innocent one in this, and I really was. But so typically, you know, the thing is, don't get near them. They're wild. They can fuck you up. Let them do their thing. There was one on the trail as we were walking through there, And everybody's like, ooh, we want to, you know, we want to get closer. We want to take pictures. We want to, you know, doing what you're not supposed to do. And they were way closer than what you're supposed to be. So I stayed back. I stayed pretty far back. I had someone, like, it was 3 of us, and then there were like other strangers or whatever, but like in my group it was 3 of us. And then one of my friends got, you know, up there with the closer group, and they were way closer than they should have been. And then me and my other friend, we had stayed back quite a bit. I stayed back the furthest, but because I was like, man, I don't trust this thing. So eventually it decided, you know what, I'm mad. You guys are too close to my territory. I'm gonna charge you. And he started running like straight at us down the trail. And I think what helped is that the trail like turns and blocks its vision, so it couldn't really keep an eye on us. It couldn't really see us as we were making these turns and stuff. But man, I started booking it. It's like, man, I gotta get away from this. And trying to get charged and fucked by a bison today. So that was fun. It's like I stayed back, I zoomed in on my phone. I'm like, I'm gonna take pictures, I'm gonna zoom in. I don't gotta get up close for this. That thing's way bigger and stronger than me. How am I 69% to a level? That's weird. What does my skill book say? Okay. I need one more level of like hand-to-hand. And then endurance. I need 3 levels of whatever. I'm like, you know, if phones have this really nice thing where you could kind of like pinch to zoom when you're taking pictures, and I got a pretty decent phone with really good zoom capabilities. I'm gonna just let that do its thing. I don't need to get right up on this bison. Yeah, so Tusk, I think they were saying that those are 2 separate incidents, right? When the bears went into the tent with the cubs, or when the bear and the cubs went into the tent. That was one incident, and then the other one where that bear was charging, that was a separate incident, is that correct? Or were you saying that was the same thing? Yeah, yeah. So yeah, those are 2 separate deals. So the one with the cubs, they just did their own thing, they didn't bother you? There's something there in front of that fire. I can't tell what it is. There's another wolf over there. Sniffed around and stole some food. What, you didn't put up a fight? You didn't protest? Excuse me, bear, why are you stealing my food? It's like, nope, that belongs to the bear now. You can have it. It's a gift. How's my block? Not very good. Hand-to-hand increased. I should actually look into how the skill system works, or maybe someone in chat knows. So the question is specifically, if I do this and I just rapidly punch, do I get more experience than if I were to actually try to do like heavier hits or something? That's the question. Because I'm kind of intentionally not trying to do heavy hits because I'm trying to get as many levels on hand-to-hand as possible. You know, I'm trying to spam that. Well, no, okay, yeah, so if what you're asking, if I'm trying to conserve weapon damage, I was trying to level hand-to-hand so I could get +5 in strength. So I got +5 in strength. I need 2 more levels of endurance-related stuff. And I don't know what my last thing could be. Could be athletics, but I would need a lot of levels of athletics to get a full speed bonus. So maybe I just put it into luck. I actually wouldn't mind my weapons and stuff being damaged just so I could repair them, because that gets me more endurance. Alright, let's take a look at Blade. Blade's pretty low, so I'm gonna get Steel Short Sword out. So hopefully I don't level up Blade again until next level. I don't trust this place. What is it? What's mad? I've never played Breath of the Wild, actually, so I can't really comment too much on that. I think Tusk can. I think Tusk played it, right? I probably would like it based on what I've been told and based on what I've seen and heard about it. But I don't have a Switch. I don't really do much console stuff. I always pucker a little bit because I'm afraid I'm going to break my hammers. Butt Pucker Championships 2022. Heavy armor is about to level again. Armor is about to level. And we need 2 levels. Okay, if both of those level were good. I need 2 things that are majors to level up, though. I'm gonna have to use that one sometime. I like it. Is this your favorite Elder Scrolls game? I can easily rank mine. My Elder Scrolls choices are actually 3, 2, 4, 5, and then Arena in last place. And I've said it many times, but my thing with Arena is that I find it... I normally don't get too bothered by playing old games, but I just find it a little bit too hard to get into Arena. I was actually playing Elder Scrolls 2 just before this, And so like when I first started playing this today, I kept hitting the wrong buttons because I was in like a completely different mindset. Oh, one of the reasons I came down here, aloe vera. It's all over the place. And that lets us make healing potions. Alright, it wouldn't be the first time we crashed on one of these doors. I'm starting to wonder if Open Cities Classic just has some problems. Because look how long we just wandered around in the wilderness with no crash. And I get most of my crashes in cities when I'm going in or out of buildings. I think we did get a crash in an Iliad Ruin earlier though, while loading the Iliad Ruin, but that's been the minority. Yeah, that's the meme. You just said the meme. You literally never made it out of the first dungeon in Arena legitimately. Yeah, like I said, I find that game very hard to get into. I need to give it another playthrough, and I would love if there was like an Arena Unity project or something, because Daggerfall Unity is amazing. I think that would make it a lot more accessible for like everybody. Vanilla Daggerfall is not that bad. I've played it in like the DOSBox versions and all that. I didn't think it's that bad. Because you can change the controls around and stuff to make it pretty modern, even with like the DOSBox version. But Daggerfall Unity is still like, that's the way to play it at this point. It's like feature complete enough. I don't know if it's really missing anything substantial at this point, is it? What the hell is that? It's a dude, it's a person. Oh, see, that's my favorite though. Elder Scrolls 3 is my favorite. Easy. For me, it's the right balance between 2 and 4. You know, the common thing is everybody's like, ooh, they took too much stuff out with 4 and 5. But, you know, the truth is 3 took some stuff out from 2, right? But I think it's the right balance between features, basically. Yeah, I just love some of the systems, like the alchemy system is so good. You can do so many busted things with it. And that's where, you know, I complain on this game, is like, ooh, they limited it too much though. Well, that might be a fair point, saying you can't count it because you never finished, but if the reason you never finished is because is a fault of the game, like the game is just too inaccessible or whatever, too difficult, then I think it's still fair to rank it. Because yeah, Arena is just brutal.
Maybe you could teach me something about his training regimen.
And if that's the reason you can't finish it, or you didn't finish it, then I think that's a fair reason to rank it lower. Now, on the other hand, if you've never played it and you rank it, that's different. Yeah, so that's the thing. When I'm rating them, I'm not trying to make objective ratings like this game is objectively the best. I'm just saying it's my favorite. You know, when I say Elder Scrolls 3 is my favorite, I'm not trying to say objectively everyone should agree. And we can make objective claims, right? We can look at, you know, objective comparisons between the games.
Wizards have led a boycott of Imperial goods in the land of the Altman.
It seems Somerset Isle has become a much more dangerous place.
Okay. Not as much aloe vera as I hoped to have right now, but it matters, it adds up. Well, yeah, the Xbox version of Morrowind is pretty shit compared to the PC. Pretty much. I did play it on Xbox before PC because I didn't have a really good PC back then. But even still, back then, I did have it on PC, and I was like modding Morrowind back in like 2002, 2003, whenever the game came out. I was modding it. I remember like being there on the forums and stuff when, like, you know, the first Better Bodies mods released, Better Heads, you know, when all those mods were being released. I remember the Writable Guar when it got released. That was a big deal. Do you know, okay, you say you'll give it another shot then. Do you know about OpenMW? Because that is the definitive way to play it, in my opinion. But I think it's a pretty easy opinion to back up. Okay, because I just did a playthrough. So I just replayed Morrowind here on stream. And that's what made me want to replay this as well. Got me back in an Elder Scrolls mood. No star. Oh yeah, that's right. So I set it up. I put a handful of mods, nothing too crazy. I wanted to keep it pretty vanilla, but I put a handful of mods, and I never had a single crash or anything. And like view distance was turned up a good bit. Like it just ran amazingly well. Like it's such a great project they've done. I probably had like 30 or so mods on, but most of them were pretty minor things. Like quality of life things, like multi-mark and recall. That was a big one. A lot of just like texture packs, that kind of stuff. Sextius. Alright. We made it down here now. Let's check out the guilds. Wait, so yeah, so what is that issue then? So that personally, I mean, I assume you know, I don't have to go into like all the details on it, so I assume you kind of know how fatigue works and everything. I never found it to really be an issue. Oh yeah. I thought that was Tusk for a second because you're both showing up green, Jaeger. So welcome, Jaeger. Good to see you here today. I did. I just went straight mainlining Elder Scrolls. Oh, I forgot about this. There's a little imp hanging out in here. ESIV, because yeah, I love it. Hope you're doing good today, Jaeger. Nope, not going in there right now. So we have a shit ton of alchemy stuff I could totally not steal if I, you know, totally didn't want to do that. It's all novice, so not really that worth keeping around, to be honest.
Yes.
So for me, I didn't know about Morrowind until the... If you watched Toonami back then or anything, they had they would do game reviews, and it would be during the commercial break. It'd be like a 2-minute little clip with like Tom and whoever his computer assistant was. They'd like literally do a quick review of a game, and they talked about oh, you're so young. No, I'm 33. Yeah, my birthday was in January. I'm like, how old am I now? I'm 33. They would do those little game reviews, and they did the Xbox version of Morrowind, and I just remember them talking about it. My friend got the game on Xbox, and hold on.
Hello, Guildmate. What have you been up to?
Oh yeah, see, that's not bad, Jaeger.
Has made an alliance with House Drake.
I actually start my new job tomorrow.
Pick apart the carcass of ruined Indoril. It seems that these are turbulent times.
But anyway, I remember watching that little video on Toonami about Morrowind, and I was like, I need to play that. I'd never played a game like that before. So, my friend got it, I went over, and I remember just my mind was blown by what I experienced. Again, because I'd never experienced something like that. So, I played Final Fantasy, Star Ocean, stuff like that. I'd never played an RPG like this in, full 3D where you can walk into somebody's house and they have a concept of like ownership and everything. Like, this item on the table is owned by them and they'll get mad if I take it. Or again, compared to like Final Fantasy, I could just walk in and attack somebody, which you can't do that in like the traditional RPGs like Final Fantasy and like the JRPG. So I had played like different PC games like Doom, Hexen, Duke Nukem, Unreal Tournament, Half-Life, SimCity. I'd played like a lot of different PC games. It's like random platformers and stuff, but I'd never really played those kind of RPGs, so it just blew my mind. Yeah, so I kind of wish I'd experienced Elder Scrolls before, but hey, you gotta start somewhere. I know a lot of people, the consensus when, again, the modern narrative is basically, oh, Elder Scrolls got dumbed down so much with Oblivion and Skyrim. But I know there are a lot of people who were unhappy when Morrowind came out, because how many things Morrowind changed. How many things Morrowind kind of took out or modified.
Greetings, fellow Brethren.
So it's interesting. I wonder what I would have thought had I played it first, but it is my second favorite, so I do really enjoy it. I do like my procedural generation. I like my roguelikes and everything. I'm a big fan of Dwarf Fortress Adventure mode. It's like, is that hardcore enough? Alright, so we kind of ran all over the map today. We skipped Kvatch, but we went from Bruma down to Chorrol to Skingrad to Anvil. I could make some potions. I'm not going to. Jaeger, or no, Tusk, see, you're both green. You're both the same green. It's throwing me off. And what did you mean by... Oh, Evo. You mean Evo, the search for Eden, Tusk? And then you started talking about Dr. Roxo there, like, I really wanted to do it, but my throat's not in it today. That's a weird phrase. My throat's too tired today. Too much carbonated water, not enough real water. Okay, let's see. I'm not gonna make potions yet, but I want to see. We had aloe vera leaves with, yeah, boar meat's not good. I thought we had something else that was good for health, but I don't. Okay, so remove that. Let's get the steel blue Entaloma caps. And flax seeds, so we can make a shit ton of Restore Magicka, which that'll be really good. Okay. And then let's take another look at our skill book. I'm gonna get a level up. Oops, wrong menu. I'm gonna get a level up. So I need 2 more. I need 2 points in endurance, and armor and heavy armor are both really close. And then I also, yeah, so heavy armor will get me one of those points in endurance that I'm looking for.
Hail.
So for me, the thing with Elder Scrolls V, I don't think it's a bad game. I kind of think it's a bad Elder Scrolls game. In that it's not really that much of an RPG anymore. It's more of like an action game. I mean, it still has RPG elements. It still has certain things that are not purely action, but it's definitely more of an action game now than an RPG. It didn't get the Fallout treatment yet. We'll see with Elder Scrolls 6. I really hope Elder Scrolls 6 kind of takes some steps backward in the RPG front, because the Fallout treatment by Fallout 4, it's like, yo, like skills and stuff though. They got all weird. I'm gonna be real. I've beaten most of like the major Bethesda games, and I did not. It's weird. I didn't hate Fallout 4, but I just didn't care to beat it. That's the only one I didn't beat. I was playing it, I was having fun, and at one point I was like, I don't want to play this anymore. It's like outlived its welcome, I guess. I don't mind the talking. That doesn't really bother me. But the argument would be that having the player talk like that severely limited dialogue, and I think it became really clear. I think, was it mods to just remove? No, I forget what it was. There was a mod. It had something to do with the dialogue, but it made it really clear how limited dialogue really was just by adding that one mod. I think it was actually the thing that... Hello. I think it was actually the thing that, it puts the full text up. That was one of the problems, is that the dialogue options you would get were very vague. They were just suggestions of what your character would say. And, it, you know, an extreme example is like you click a dialogue option that says like, I disagree. But then your character would actually like, you know, threaten them like, I disagree, and if you say that again, I will kill you. Like, that's an extreme example, but you would never really know what your character was actually going to say because the dialogue option would just say disagree. It was too vague. But again, just by virtue of having recorded lines of dialogue, it greatly limited the options. And I think in their defense, ooh, hang on, one thing I gotta check. Was strength? Okay, strength is ready, good. In their defense, I think Todd Howard came out and said something like, okay, yeah, the dialogue was a mistake. You know, we could have done it better. We could have done something different. Yeah, what you said there, though, with the character always trying to have, like, snarky comments and stuff, that's, like, the modern thing, right? Everything wants to kind of be, like, funny, and yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. It's like everything wants to do that these days. I don't really watch a lot of movies, but I know, like, the, you know, the Marvel movies and stuff, I get that same feeling from them, where it's like everything's got to be a snarky comment, a one-liner, or whatever. I don't think I knew there was a new Battletoads. When did that become a thing? How new is new? Like new Battletoads since when? Distilled essence of dog shit. But yeah, no, I 100% agree with what you're talking about, where everything's got to be that snarky one-liner or whatever. It'll be like a really serious moment. Again, I kind of mentioned the superhero movies. I haven't really watched a lot of them, but what I've seen in the ones I watch is there's, you know, it's the big epic finale. Everything's blowing up, and, you know, they're fighting the big bad villain, and then they like pause in the middle of combat to make their little snarky one-liners and stuff. It's like, this is supposed to be a serious moment, but all you're really doing is trying to build up these charismatic characters that what you're really trying to do is just sell this image because you're going to make more money off of it in the end. That's the way I read it, is you're trying to like sell these characters for like merchandising purposes and stuff. Or everyone's awkward and has to be relatable. Yeah. And I do also agree, I know Tusk and I have talked about this in stream before, I'm more of a series kind of person as well, because I usually feel like movies are too short to really tell the story that I would like to hear, at least. 30-year-old boomer out of touch. Oh, what do I want to level up? Go for Blade. No, Blade would be a waste. Alright, let's carefully look at Skill Diary. We don't want to do that. Would willpower be good? No. Agility. We only have one level there. What about speed? We have 3. Okay, we want to do acrobatics then. That'll get us... No, it won't get us an extra bonus. Never mind. Shit. Okay, I think... I have no idea what I want to do. And no, I haven't seen it, Tusk. I know... Are you talking about the Joker movie that, like, just came out? Was it within, like, the past few weeks, or what? It's pretty new, right? Oh, no, 2019? Wasn't there a movie that, like, just came out that everyone's saying is really good? I thought it was another Joker movie. Oh, the Batman, okay. Sneak is 65%. Yeah, I always say I never really got into movies, and the little line I usually give is, like, movies or whatever, that was never my thing. It's always concerts. I've heard nothing but really good things about that new Batman movie, though. I mean, I haven't seen it, so I guess don't take my word for it too much, but everyone I've heard talking about it has had good things to say about it. I don't really put too much attention towards it because I just generally don't plan on watching it anyway. I gotta be real. I feel like the superhero thing, there's a big revival of it in the mid-2000s. With, like, Spider-Man, I think was one of the big ones that kicked it off. There was Spider-Man and Batman both in the mid-2000s that really, like, kicked off the superhero revival. Then you had, like, Avengers and all that come in. And, you know, again, let people like what they want to like. I'm not trying to say they shouldn't like it. But I feel like it's just become this saturated thing. Like, there's 8 major superhero movies every year now. And it's like, yo, I got it. There's other movies, there's other ideas we can make. Why does it have to always be the same genre or whatever?
I'm Wilbur, owner and proprietor of the Count's Arms. We make beds and food available to guests. Can I help you?
I want a bed. Actually, we'll ask about the chat. We'll ask about Anvil. We'll talk to him.
Buildings here look different. Why? This is the Gold Coast style. Like in Hammerfell. Eastern towns look gray and dull to me.
About the chapel attack.
The prophet speaks true. This is the start of something terrible. I can feel it in my bones.
I can feel it in my bones that you recorded that dialogue on a separate day than the last dialogue we heard.
You should listen to him preach. He may sound crazy at first, but the longer you listen, the more sense he makes.
I don't know what it is. There needs to be a better way. I understand it's not the easiest thing in the world, but there needs to be a standardized like sound booth or something where they record these lines in and find some way, because it's very obvious in these games that, oh, they recorded that on like different days or whatever. It sounds completely different. The mixing is completely different.
There's a wonderful room available. It's the best I have, and you can use it for the night for a mere 25 gold. Interested?
I'll take it.
Excellent. It's up the stairs there, and then directly across the hallway. Center room, wonderful view of the city. Sleep well.
Wonderful view of the city, but without mods, you wouldn't be able to. All right, hang on. Slow down there. No talk. I was gonna wait until the dialogue because I thought you were waiting on me. Hold on though. I don't want to hear anything about Elden Ring. I don't even want to hear it's good or bad or anything. Nothing. All right, yeah, I was gonna let the dialogue finish, and then I saw you say something else. I was like, ooh, hang on. So I've said this so many times, but it's always different people. I was a big Souls fan. I started with Demon Souls. I had a friend that was like going on and on about it, and I loved it. I love Dark Souls. I love Dark Souls 2. I got a PlayStation 4 initially for Bloodborne. And then I loved Dark Souls 3 when it came out, but I just officially burned out on Dark Souls 3. I didn't even care for, or... See, please, I don't want to hear that. That's spoiler. I said I don't want to hear a word about it. Like, that's why, let me finish what I'm saying. I'm really frustrated right now because of that, actually. Let me finish what I'm saying. So I got a PlayStation 4 Bloodborne, and I didn't play Bloodborne right away, but eventually I got a PlayStation for it. Loved it. Burned out on Dark Souls 3. I love Dark Souls 3, but that's just the point where I was like, alright, I've had enough of these games. I didn't even remotely care, like, for Sekiro. I didn't play it. I didn't watch people play it or anything. I was done with the genre, basically. I know people were hyped about Elden Ring, and I didn't follow the hype, and that's the point. If I'm not hyped about something, if I don't care about something, I don't follow trailers, I don't follow what people say about it, because why would I? I don't really care, right? So I just knew that people were hyped about Elden Ring, and I did on a whim buy it, but I don't have any plans on when I'm gonna play it or whatever. And the thing is, though, the fact that I bought it, that entered me into like full blackout mode, where it's like, all right, I don't like spoilers, and I consider very basic things spoilers. Like, I don't want to know anything about something before I go into it, basically. I don't even want to see a title screen, you know. I want to know absolutely nothing. And I don't like anything informing my opinion, which is why I was like, I don't want to hear anything about it's good, it's bad, it's this, it's that. No. I don't even want to respond. Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I just have to say it like this. I don't even want a response on this, but I play on PC, so that is where I'm going to be playing it. But I don't really even want a response on it, because what I was just saying is I don't like having my opinion informed. So I don't like going into a game knowing people like this, people hate this, or whatever, because I want to make that decision on my own and not go in with expectations, right? So, you know, I'm in like pure blackout mode on it. I don't really want to know anything about it, and I don't know when I'm gonna play it. And it's like, I don't want to be rude about it, so I'm trying to like kind of, you know, I understand where you're coming from, so I don't want to be rude, but like just even what you said a minute ago kind of makes me want to wait and play it later. Like I want to forget that before I play it, and I don't know how long that's gonna take. You know what I mean? Because that's gonna taint my opinion of the game as I'm going in. As of right now, like I don't even want to say it, but that's something that I now know that I didn't know before, right? That's why when you said that, I had to jump so quickly on it, like, ooh, wait. Because I know you didn't mean anything bad by it. That's the problem. Like, that's why I was like, I don't want to be rude. I know you didn't mean anything bad by it. You know, if you were just intentionally, like, saying stuff or whatever after the fact, then I'd be like, okay, hold up. You resolve to continue pushing yourself. Something I'm so bad at reading those on this game. I read them on Morrowind. Why don't I read them here? It's fine. But anyway, yeah, that's the whole spiel on kind of where I'm at with that game and just that series in general. The Soulsborne Ring series or whatever. But yeah, no, I appreciate where you're going with it too. I was tempted... I was actually tempted to make it a blocked... like, make a filter for the bot to block it. But then that would also invite trolls for sure to probably like say something to get around the filter. Yeah, I know. I did block it on like Twitter and stuff because people will just be posting stuff. They'll just be posting things left and right. And I'm like, alright, I need to like let the hype die down or something. I'll get to it one day, but it's like I gotta kind of do it when I'm ready. Ooh, so Grand Theft Auto 5 was another one where, as I said, I go in completely blind. I could have bought it on console. I had the consoles for it. I didn't. Ooh, you know what? We could have robbed the Mages Guild. Oh well. Yeah, I could have bought it on console, but I didn't. I waited until it came out on PC. I didn't watch a single minute of footage that entire time. I was just like, you know what? I love Grand Theft Auto. I've been playing since Grand Theft Auto 2. So I'm just gonna wait and buy it at some point, and then it came out on PC, and that's when I bought it. I personally loved it. I see you say you're not a fan of it. But I personally loved Grand Theft Auto 5. It's pretty much... I think you can kind of rank the games differently based on what you're looking for. I think gameplay-wise, it's definitely my favorite. Story-wise, it's kind of between 4 and 5. Because I really think 4 has a pretty good story. Okay, so I think I just saved, but let's save again. Because I'm gonna warp somewhere, and you know how this game does. Yep. Oh no, I thought the music cut out. I really liked San Andreas, like when it was new. I remember getting that game and it blew my mind. To me, 5, obviously it's set in the same place, but to me 5 is kind of like, let's just remake that. It doesn't quite have as many things you can do per se, but it still is like, I don't want to say feature creep or scope creep or whatever, but it feels like it just has a lot of that scope creep feel to it, whereas like they added so many things you can do to the game. Yeah, you can't go get like jacked and work out and stuff like you could in San Andreas, but it still just feels like, how do they add so many things into one game? And I think about it too. I'm a computer scientist. You know, I work as a software engineer. Well, I don't right now because I don't start my new job until tomorrow. But you know, I'm a software engineer, computer scientist, and I think about the kind of effort that goes into making a game like that. It's like, that's incredible how they, like, as a programmer, I don't even know where to begin on making something as complex as like Grand Theft Auto 5. And I gotta read Tuff's message before it goes away. So you like 2, Vice City, San Andreas, and 4. So you don't like 3 or 5? Watch YouTube videos. I really thought that was Tusk again, and I'm like, wait, cryptos? Why is Tusk talking about cryptos? There's no... Oh, I should have known you were going somewhere with that. Three was amazing when it came out for its time, but it doesn't hold up as well for sure. 3 was another one of those games that if you played it when it first came out, there was nothing like it, right? Because obviously Grand Theft Auto 2, you could say was like it, but it was way more arcadey even than 3, and 3 was very arcadey, but it was way more arcadey than 3. And just like being able to go around that 3D city and just go crazy like that was something we'd never seen before, really. And it was mind-bending. But yeah, and just in general though, like I was saying, thinking about it from a programming level, I don't know how you throw something together like that. It's such a massive, like there's so many different things going on at once, there's so many different things to keep track of. And I know a lot of the tricks and everything that you can kind of, you can use when you're implementing some of these things, but just throwing together so many systems and just like, boom, here you go, it's a working game. It's incredible. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing you were a big fan of 3 when it came out. Is that the case? Because for me, it was like, wow. Yeah, exactly. 3 was just something special back then.
I have a situation that you might be able to help with.
1 is horrible. What is the situation?
The Gray Fox has asked me to take care of a problem, and I'm putting you on it. Hieronymus Lex actually collected taxes from everyone living here on the waterfront. Your job is to recover those taxes. Are you up for it?
Sure, I can do that. Tell me about Hieronymus Lex. I know he's like the captain, but...
He is a fool of a captain in the Imperial Watch. He's a real law and order type. He has a grudge against
2 does hold up.
the Guild and the Gray Fox in particular. Lex has made it his personal mission to capture him. The Gray Fox has led our guild for over 300 years now. He has always guaranteed protection to the poor of the waterfront.
Why does the Gray Fox care?
The Gray Fox has
It's the
led
same
our
thing you
guild
just
for
said.
300 years now. He has always guaranteed protection to the poor of the waterfront.
This seems awfully noble for thieves.
People of the waterfront are very poor.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the soundtrack.
Not collected taxes from them, even though by law they could. The money the city would collect would barely cover the cost of collecting. The Grey Fox has always guaranteed protection to the poor of the waterfront. He doesn't want to let this injustice stand. It's a matter of principle.
Metal Gear.
Sure, I'll do it.
Good. Find out where he's keeping the taxes and bring them to me. I'll also need the tax records of what each citizen paid so we can return it.
I may like Metal Gear Solid a little bit. The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of Metal Gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long. I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw Space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carry Rock. I need scissors. 61!
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw Space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carry Rock. I need scissors. 61.
Does that just sit up there? I guess it's up here. I never actually played Twin Snakes, to be honest. You hated it? Or is it up that? It's up that way, okay. Let's see. Here's one of my favorite lines from Metal Gear Solid.
A dud!
I love it. That was another game that was like a big deal for me growing up. I remember Pizza Hut had a promotion for whatever reason. Like you could get the Metal Gear Solid demo if you got like pizza. So I remember like begging my parents to get pizza so I could get the Metal Gear Solid 2 demo disc. Okay, we gotta drop down again. What? Oh, oops. Well, where is the watchtower, though? Yeah, okay, it's in here. Good. Gotta get another sound clip going. Hold up. We gotta save first, because who knows if it's gonna crash here. Yeah, no, we did think games look good, right? Like, we look back at it and it's like, man, those graphics are kind of bad. But we thought they were good.
Turn the game console off right now. You knew?
Got all these random Metal Gear Solid clips.
They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
Love it. Yo, Thief does. Thief is legit. I should probably take my heavy-ass boots off, right? Wouldn't be in the barrel. It's gonna be through this door. Wait, is it not? Oh, can we... Bye. Oh my god, the AI in this game. I had a whole thing earlier before you were here where I talked about the Radiant AI, because I was literally like running in circles leveling up acrobatics. I needed things to talk about. A lot of the, yeah, a lot of older 2D games do hold up. Early 3D games in general, low poly models and everything, bad textures. Remember when cell shading first became a thing? And I know, was it like Wind Waker that got a lot of flack for cell shading? And they're like, oh, it's too cartoony, it's too cartoony, because all the other games were trying to look more realistic. But now that game looks better than a lot of older games from the same era, because they were going for something stylized, and they achieved it. What is that man doing? Are we allowed to be in there? Okay, we're allowed to be in here. I need you guys to forget about me. Because you'll just follow me up there if you see me go in, right? Literally just pushed him. I could always use this chameleon scroll. Nope. Okay, we'll save here. Whoa! Lantern was freaking out. Whoa, it's doing it again! Oh my god. Havoc physics gone wild. This one's on top of a chest. It must, no, or on top of a table. It must be it. Nope. I just remember when everyone shit on the Wii for a long time when it first came out. But then it was actually like really successful. Is it just straight up not in there? Hold on, am I doing something wrong? What does it say? They're being held by an overzealous captain. Want me to pickpocket them? Don't look at me. Go the other way. Yeah, I remember learning about ROMs back like in the 90s. And I was kind of blown away by it as well. Because it's like, oh wait, I can just play any game I want? What? Oh, we could go up more. We could actually still go up more. You know what? I'm not doing that. The subtle rattle of lockpicks and falling lock tumblers is music to your ears. Your increased skills have made you an apprentice of security. When you pick locks, only 3 tumblers will fall when you break a pick. Alright. Yeah, like, one of my friends told me about it. And that's the only way I ever got around to playing games like Chrono Trigger and stuff. Because I was a Sega Genesis kid. I didn't have a Super Nintendo. So I was late to a lot of those games, but with ROMs, it was like, oh, I could play all these games? Okay, sign me up. Yo, is that a Nern root? Wow, that was terrible. Found the tax records. I don't know what it is, but I can't do the minigame with the mouse. The minigame just... I used to be good at it with the controller. I could get into a nice rhythm, and I was really good at that minigame. But with the mouse, I am terrible at it. Hey guys. Ooh, I'm so lucky I didn't pickpocket one of them. Because I actually hit activate on that trap door as they were walking through it. I mean, I didn't want to do it because I'm terrible at it with the mouse. Because I'm trying to just like bounce one pin, but it slides over to the sides and stuff, and it's too difficult to get into a good rhythm. At least in my opinion. But yeah, I used to be really good at it when I played on the 360 when the game first came out. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up here in a few minutes myself, but it's been good chatting with you. Hope you have a good one. The whole reason I did this quest right now was because we haven't done any questing in a bit, so I wanted to try and do some. You know, I feel so scattered right now. I'm also hungry. I want to eat. Yeah, it's gonna be weird. Working tomorrow. I guess I don't even know what to do. I don't really know what to do. Like, I guess my manager set up a call for like 8:30. And I'll talk to him then, and I think my orientation doesn't start until like noon. So it's like, I don't know what to do in... What do I do in those like 3 hours? Stop! You violated the law. Stop right there, criminal scum! There's Armand Christophe. Let's let him get into position. Turn this in.
Anemone or clematis plant's juice can cause a rash. When pruning them, it's a good idea to wear gloves.
Have you recovered those taxes?
Yep.
Ray Fox will be very pleased. We will make sure this gets back to the people.
Why do you get so quiet?
That fool bothered to collect this paltry sum. You can keep it. I merely wanted the watch to know they went too far. I think it's time to promote you to footpad. Congratulations on your new guild rank.
I fucked up though.
He's been around for hundreds of years. I've heard tell that he is immortal. I don't know about that, but he sure ain't normal.
I meant to read the tax records.
What?
You not getting so many lockpicks? Okay.
The guild has received a request to obtain a unique statuette. It is a bust of Lafasa Indaris, the recently slain Countess of Cheydinhal. You will be paid a modest sum. Do you want this job?
Yes.
Excellent. Bring it back to me once you have it.
Cool.
Shadow hide you.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save. New save. Load. This should be it.
Speak. I'm here to read.
I want to read the text. I mean, they're probably not that interesting, but 3 coins, 1 coin, 4 coins, 2 coins. Yeah, It's not that interesting. Empty-handed. Oh, he beat him up. Ooh. Load. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's going to be it. So what did we do today? Let's recap. A lot of movement. Again, we started at Bruma. Went down this trail here, all the way down to Chorrol. I think we got 1 or 2 level ups there. And then Chorrol was freaking out. We ran around down here and did a couple things though. And then we did go into a Ayleid shrine. Or an Ayleid ruin, I mean. So that was cool. We did talk about skooma. Then I went Wannet in, went down here, all the way down to Skingrad. And then, hold on, hang on. Sorry about that. All right. It's like, sneeze, no! Skingrad, then we walked along this like coastline here, made our way to Anvil. So we got a couple levels today. We did get a little bit stronger in that sense. But we got to be careful on the way I'm leveling because this game can actually screw you over. So I do need to make sure I keep using Blade, so we don't fall too far behind on it. Hand-to-hand has been good though. We've got a lot of extra strength today. So our encumbrance was like 220 or 225 before. Now it's 285, so we can carry a lot more. We used to be able to. I'm really encumbered because I think I picked up so many plants that I'm really encumbered. Also, we leveled up, so while I'm thinking about it, that'll count towards our next level. So yeah, then we basically just kind of hung around doing random stuff. Oh, I've reached my goal. I've fenced goods. Okay, let me save again so it doesn't pop up next time. All right, so yeah, we kind of hung around just getting ingredients, leveling up, relaxing, chill stream. But I feel like, you know, we did get a couple levels out of it, so it's still progress. It's not bad. And then we did this Thieves Guild quest here, which was literally just sneak into that building and get the tax records. Not that big of a deal. But yeah, a lot of talk about music, talk about skooma and stuff. I don't know, talk about AI, development of AI and all that. Talk about a lot about Elder Scrolls, Metal Gear, older games like Thief. Very wide variety of topics today. So thank you to everybody who showed up. I do really appreciate that. If you're new here and you like what you see, please consider hitting that follow button. I'd greatly appreciate it. If you are watching on the YouTube VOD, please consider liking, subscribing, hitting that notification bell, leaving a comment if you are so inclined. I greatly appreciate all that. And yeah, that's about it. My normal streaming schedule is Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'll be back on Tuesday. Not sure what the new job's gonna, like how that's gonna reflect on the stream, but it is a shorter job than my old one, so it leaves me more time at the end of the day. So I should be able to keep doing that streaming schedule without issue. Who knows if I want to add more? We'll kind of figure that out and play it by ear. So yeah, that's about that. Will, however, mean that I can no longer do the earlier streams on Fridays. My Fridays are now going to be work days again, so Friday streams are going to also be later. That's just, you know, side effect. Yeah, I mean, it partially sucks, but I didn't like the 10-hour work days. 410 work schedule was too draining for me. So having more time at the end of each day to me is more valuable. When you do the math on a 410 work schedule, when you think about it, 10 hours of work plus commuting there and back, plus getting ready in the morning and everything, like cooking meals and all that, you really have very little time to yourself by the end of, you know, factoring all that in. So I'm looking for, and I'm going to be working from home I'm working remote, so I definitely don't have to worry about the commute part of that anymore. So I'm gonna have a lot more time to myself on those on the work days. But yeah, I don't know if I have anything else to say or if I just keep rambling. No, I think I'm good. Alrighty, thank you again, everybody. Really appreciate tuning in, chatting, hanging out, all that. And until next time, have a good day, good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy.
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job.